All right, we are live. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 5ers live stream. We got Anastasiia in the background. I think you can add yourself. So I'm gonna, yeah, there we go. Here we go. Oh, wait, no, that's better. There we go. Okay. Today we're gonna do a trading challenge. I'm gonna win over Anastasiia trading gold. That's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be fun to watch. What do you think, Anastasiia?
Let's see. Let's see.
Yeah, let's see. Indeed.
Words in the beginning. Let's have a look at who is going to win.
Yeah, that's right. So we're gonna do for the next what is it? One and a half hour. Okay, for the next 1.5 hours, me and Anastasiia are gonna do a trading challenge here. Let's see who wins trading gold. I am going to. I've just logged into the fresh account right here. Balance. It's a bootcamp evaluation account. We got 25K USD account here, and I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna share that window right now.
And don't forget that Jonatan does have a head start of 2 trades, which might turn out against him or might work in his favor. Let's have a look.
Maybe. Okay, okay. So what am I going to do right now? Am I going to go long? Yes, I am going to go long. We're at support. We're in the uptrend at support, hitting that 50% fib right here. You can't see the fib because the fib is not on the chart, but still, it's kind of like around the 50. Maybe got the 618 down here. I am going to go long. I'm going to risk, how much am I going to risk? I'm going to take it a little bit easy. I'm going to risk 0.25. I'm going to risk $62. Where's my stop loss? Is that my stop loss? I was going to probably put it down here. This is on the 5 minute. And I am going long right now. That's, okay, gotta activate the algo trading. Go long. Is it long? Yes. Okay, good. I'm long gold. Because why not? Okay, so I got a 2 trades head start. Now I want to get those trades done and over with as soon as possible, so you can start trading as well. Now remember, we took a bet. We made a bet, me and Anastasiia, last week, or perhaps the week before that one. I can't remember. I think it was last week.
Last week.
Well, no.
Last
week. So we said if her stop loss is going to get hit, I win, and I get a 2 trades head start on her on this challenge, and it did. So I won that one, and okay, I'm going to close that one for a small profit, and then I'm going to go in with the next one, and this time I'm doing the same trade, but with 1% risk.
The worst thing about that last week that it went to my stop loss, it hit it, and then it went all the way to my take profit. So you did win.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, I remember that.
That was horrible.
Okay, so I'm long here again. That's my 2 trades. Okay.
Okay, that was fast.
Made it easy. Made it easy for you.
Thank you.
So we're going to be trading gold here, okay? We're both going to be trading gold, which is interesting because, you know...
Wait a second, that was not in the rules. I don't remember this being a rule. Is it the rule?
It's not in the rules. Okay, well, okay, you trade whatever you want. I'm going to be trading gold.
Okay.
You can trade whatever you want. I'm going to be trading gold because we know that gold is very volatile. A lot of things can happen. It'll be very interesting to see what happens here.
So let's clarify. You already had a head start, so I can start trading right now.
Yeah, you can start. Go ahead. Okay. Oh, look at the 1 minute. Absolutely beautiful candle here. Coming in with some nice profits right here. I'm going to secure that trade. I'm going to be adding a trade profit around these highs right here. On that high. Oh, what happened? Okay, here. I want the profit right here. So this is going to be... a small win. Well, I don't know if it's going to be a win, but we'll see. See what we get right here.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you guys think in the Suarez says, what do you have to take profit? Take profit is right here. Take profit is what's the price for the take profit? Take profit is 3236.25. What do you guys think? Who's gonna win this one? Is it me or Anastasiia?
Let's make a bet in the comments.
Okay, let's make a poll of that. Just in yes.
Make it fun. I just entered my first trade as well. And I'm buying Euro USD right now.
Buying your USD.
Yep.
Well, let us look at your chart.
Yeah, go for it. Let's have a look. This is, wait, that's still yours. This is my chart. This is my Euro USD. I just entered the trade. I'm already in the small profit. I really can't stand MetaTrader on the laptop. So I am aiming for the price to reach at least the previous highs here. So let's see how far can it go. But it did look some nice, it did break some nice volumes here for me. So I'm looking for the price to continue up. If I share my trading view, I'm also gonna show the analysis that I have right now for Euro. I've been buying it yesterday. I did close it a little earlier before the price reached this volume here, and now we just broke it with an impulsive good candle the previous 30 minutes. We are retesting all of this zone here, and I'm going to be looking for the price to stay above the zone, which is trying to do right now. So let's see. This is an ID so far. So are you in a trade right now, Jonatan? Jonatan, you're muted.
We can't hear you. Yeah, you asked me about a position. I'm long on gold. Still long on that gold. I got some. I need to fix something here in the background. I'm logging into my Google account, but I changed my password and now I can't remember the. Can't remember my password, so I gotta fix that. Yeah, a second.
Henry, that might be a good idea. We are not gonna show the profits to Jonatan until the end, and in the end, we're gonna be just bam and win this thing.
Well, then I'm gonna do the same. Do the same. Yeah, that's right. UK Swing Trader says hit that like. That's right. Hit that like. If you want to see more trading challenges like this one, make sure that you do hit that like.
We do have 300 people watching already in the back.
Yep.
Great. UK Swing Trader, you're very welcome. I hope the footprint charts help. Yeah, by the way, guys, everyone, I did share, as I promised, the whole startup pack on how to start with the clusters, with footprint in the ABL. ABL is completely for free. Even if you never had experience with footprint charts, if you go in the strategy bank, you will be able to find the long article from my site. It's a long read, but I do hope it's going to be finding it extremely useful. And I shared 4 different strategies on how I take my entry points and exit points with the order flow. So go ahead and check it out right now.
Yep. Okay, so maybe you can share your screen and maybe show some things that you're looking at, because I gotta change my password here, and it's gonna take a bit.
Yeah, I don't know about buying gold. I'm not sure. I'm not convinced about gold buying.
Yeah, maybe not.
No, it's good. Hold it.
Yeah.
You keep holding it. Okay, what do we have here today besides this? We did have the trade deal between China and US already started during the weekend, and market opened with a huge gap. Depends what we are looking at, one to the upside, one to the downside. We did have a beautiful moves because of this created. What else I'm looking at is I'm looking for the selling USD CAD a little later. Perhaps if it can give me a pullback, I'm going to be looking potentially to sell USD CAD. I don't know if I'm going to do it within this challenge that we are doing with Jonatan, this between this in the frame of this competition, because it might take a while and I need something that obviously moves faster. So USD CAD might just take too long because it's not its trading session in the first place. It's going to be New York session when the USD CAD starts moving. But I am looking for USD CAD to reach at least 38,805 in a matter of the next few hours, which is approximately 40 pips. So I'm waiting for the price to go a little bit higher, give me a little bit of a pullback, and then I'm going to be also selling it. And slightly higher, just a couple of pips is going to do it for me. So this is a zone. We had the consolidation. The price did try to bounce back from it several times. We saw several times buyer were trying to push the price higher. The price was rejecting several times here to the upside. It did fail, and we did break this consolidation. We did break the point of control of it. We did break the value area. The value area is all of this here. And we are also below the developing points of control, which show that momentum shifted for a selling momentum yesterday already. And today it's a continuation of the same move. So I'm looking for something like this to happen, at least towards the previous small consolidation here. And if you look at a little bit bigger perspective, then maybe even it's going to return back around 38,500 or 600 zone. So somewhere to this zone, I'm going to be aiming for USD CAD to hit. Perhaps a couple of extra pips to the upside would be really, really helpful. USD CAD.
Right, so I'm moving my stop loss to entry or right below entry right here.
Okay.
Clearing that position. Looks like we got a possible breakup structure here on gold. So I'm thinking that we're going to be seeing that possible being hit here. I like what I'm seeing. Got, you know, if you look at the 5-minute, we got gold. It's a good strong bullish candle right here. We got a local uptrend right here. You can see the trend line kind of going like this. Got that trend, and I'm looking to TP at actually I'm gonna lower that TP slightly around that level, and I'm on the close of this 1-minute candle. I will probably move stops. Now I'm gonna wait one more candle, so it's gonna close now, and then we'll see if this candle breaks above that one, then I'll move my stops to entry on that one.
Nice.
Okay. Actually, no, I'm going to close it now. Okay, so that's got 2 trades on gold in. Small profit. Let's see if I can keep on to that. Okay, so the reason why I closed this trade is because the resistance here is quite obvious. We went into this level right here and not interested in holding this. So what I'm looking at now is a new structure. You know what? I can't just be trading gold. It's going to be, I need to look at other pairs as well. It's going to be quite the challenge. It's going to be quite the challenge to get good trades on gold only. But we can zoom out. We can look at what do we have on the 4-hour here. So we're at that support on the 4-hour. We got that support on the 1-hour. So I mean, yeah, we got no like solid same. We got no news today. It's probably gonna be a good day for day traders, because a lot of times when you have no news, price can kind of like moves much more technically. It moves from levels to levels, right? And then when you have, you know, news events, news day, big events like yesterday we had CPI, the markets are a lot of times it's quite slow because it's waiting for that news as a possible catalyst. I do hear that you're entering orders here in the background. What are you what are you looking at?
I was placing my limit order, sell limit order on gold. So I'm waiting for the gold to go a little bit higher also, and then I'm gonna be taking a sell on. I'm looking at the 3-minute, 1-minute time frame. I see the nice resistance there forming, and the volume area as well for myself from this head and shoulder pattern that you see on your screen as well, a little bit higher, and that's where I'm gonna be selling it.
Okay, so you're gonna be selling gold.
Yeah, I'm gonna be selling gold.
All right. Okay. What's the max lot size I can use here for gold? What would that be?
I'm wondering now if my order is going to get filled or it's going to reject it because of the margin limitations.
Yeah, that's the thing. Okay, I'm entering a long here on gold. Okay, got that long. Gonna be closing this. Breaks above the local high, because what we got right now is a break and retest of that level. So we break above that high, I'm going to be closing that for a small profit as well. I think I'm going to switch over to the indices because they got no commissions. Because gold is not going to be able to trade this way I want to with the commissions.
Yesterday, despite the CPI, it was a really, really good day actually.
Yeah, I made some really good trades on EU. Let's look at that one. This one right here. This was a good one because we looked at the bullish divergence we had right here. So I went long here up to.
I went long as well. I had the same exact trade yesterday on EU.
Nice. Yeah, that was a good one.
That was
a really good one. Okay, so gold right here going to be as soon as this one takes up into some type of profit, I'm going to be taking some profits on this one. I'm going to switch over to the NASDAQ because it's got no commissions on NASDAQ. A little bit, spreads are not perfect though. The spreads are not perfect here. Okay, let's see. What do we have here on NASDAQ? We got a range here. Like you might see a move to the downside. We're going to take it down here. We're hitting a range EQ area right here as resistance. Okay, let's see. What type of lot size can I take on this one? 0.14. Yeah, let's so how do I remove the take profit? Can I just say 0? What if I put in 0? Okay, so how do I remove?
This is an EA that you're using?
Yeah, it's the position sizer. Okay, I'm just gonna. Let's see.
Someone was asking in the comments about the position sizer as well, if you can recommend something. It was all the way in the beginning of the stream.
Okay, I'm just selling NASDAQ here. Okay, so I got a short on NASDAQ. Okay, so the position sizer is from earnforwards.com. It's the same one. It's probably the same one as you're using right here in the comments. So this one is version 3.09, I believe. Okay, so we got a short on NASDAQ. Might have to. I'm not using the. Okay, I'm not using the position size calculator here for take profit and TP. I'm just gold is getting into profit right here. Let's see if I can close it around break even or in the gold right here. Okay, gold right here looks it's got the retest right there. Push above that level. Let's just put a if it has like an impulse move, I want to TP here, but otherwise I'm going to be TPing a little bit early. Okay, so NASDAQ, we got that move to the upside. It's pushing to the upside, but I'm thinking it's going to be, we're going to be seeing a retrace here soon. And I want to add some to this position. Okay, let's add another position right here. So we're selling that one right there. What would be the TP if we take a small trade down to that level? Okay, that's going to be a very small position. So I need to increase the size quite substantially here. So we're going to do with a. Okay, I don't have enough money to have that type of position. So what is my max lot size then? Okay, 0.5. Okay, so we're in with another position here on NASDAQ. Okay, gold is probably going to hit that stop loss. Okay, we're going to be closing that gold one. In NAS, we're going to be closing NAS shortly. See. Okay, I have to close these because the position is way too small. I'm not sure what happened on this. I have to wait for another opportunity. I guess I'm out of those one. Look at the history, up $20. And as you can see on the NASDAQ trades, no commissions, which enables me to take trades like that. But the leverage on the bootcamp is not really helping me here.
Yeah, it's not really helping.
Okay, so now we're gonna be taking a long position here on NASDAQ. If we can go in with a one, rest of that is gonna be one. Yes, we can do one. Can we do another one? Yeah, okay.
Jonatan is in his scalping mood today.
Yeah. Okay, so the idea here is to all right, see what we can get here.
William is saying, "Hey William, good to see you. Gold, as I see on your CV screen, Jonatan, in the first impression that is forming a flag pattern. Yeah, I thought I missed gold, but now it's retracing back, and perhaps I still can catch this sell when it goes a little bit higher. Let's see.
Yep.
Let's see if it's going to be activated in the first place. Maybe my margin requirements aren't going to be enough for the bootcamp to take gold trade when my Euro USD is running. Fabian Daniel says, push the like button for profits. It's not financial advice. Try it and see. Exactly. Just try it. Maybe if you press this like button, you're going to get some profits today. And it's like, it's maybe this money button that you guys are looking for, that all the traders are looking for. It's a like button on our screen. How do I draw the volume profile? There are several methods that I use to draw the volume profile, to be honest with you. Oh, it didn't take my trade, really? It just canceled it. Shit. No.
Yeah, I'm very focused here, so I'm not didn't really listen, I'm afraid.
I can't take
enter. Yes, I'm entering a third position here on NASDAQ.
No.
Next time we got to do this on high stakes account with more leverage.
Yeah, it doesn't let me take any trades anymore since this one is running.
Wait, is gold pumping now?
No, it was 1 minute time frame. It was absolutely not.
Okay, so hopefully I got one more position in on NASDAQ. I'm holding that. We're seeing my screen right now, Fabian.
Okay, so my bootcamp didn't allow me to take any sells on gold because of the leverage, but I did take the sell on gold on my own account. Jonatan, we got a question. Is a stop loss required for bootcamp account in general?
I think I'm not gonna. I have to look that up. I'm not. I think it might only be high stakes, but I have to confirm that. Right, I'm entering a new long position here on NASDAQ.
Game forever, of course. We are definitely here, as you can see. Jonatan is extremely focused, trying to kick my ass today.
Yeah, I'm trying to save this position. I'm out of leverage here, so I was hoping that I could have gotten another position in. Okay, I got another one in here. Right, okay, so now things are not looking good right now. If we break this range to the downside, I get a flip short. A big if though. That is a big if.
Well, things are not looking good for me neither for now, so.
See. I am watching a Telegram channel well, okay. Maybe not. Share that. This is not, hopefully you're thinking this is a Telegram channel. Okay, let's see. Can we save this position? I want to, okay, so what I'm gonna do is, okay, the 50, 75, 76. Okay, I will close all of these and enter a long with 76 slots, 0.76, 0.75. Right here. Okay, that's better. Easier to manage that one. The idea would then be to try to fix this position. I'm gonna put some. Need to put some TPs in here.
Where are you placing your TP?
Just at some random area here at the top. Okay, so stop loss is required for bootcamp and no other account. So you don't have a stop loss. You don't have to have a stop loss for high stakes or hypergrowth, but you need to have a stop loss for bootcamp. Oh, I don't have a stop loss in.
Yeah, you don't have a stop loss anywhere.
Right. Okay. Yeah,
That's
because
why
that's
they were asking.
yeah, when doing these challenges, I am used to doing the high stakes. Hold on, I gotta put in the stop loss. Okay, so we're at the very lows. If we break down here, then I think we might see moves to the downside.
Which time frame are you looking at? People asking.
Not looking at any specific time frame. I'm just looking at this overall range that we're seeing right here.
I'm still stuck in my USD buy. It did come back, which is looking much better than it was. We should be doing this challenge just on a high stakes account, though.
Yeah, definitely. Next time I need to get the high stakes account
the
set up
leverage
because
here is just killing me. It's just
the leverage is much better, obviously, much better with the high stakes. Okay, so we are now seeing a reaction to the support on NASDAQ, and that's where I'm hoping I'm going to be able to fix this position right here, which basically means this position I got down here, I'm looking to close that one at the break-even target around the other two. So those would be closed at break-even, and this one would be closed at a target. I mean, in a profit. This level right here that we're testing right now, if this level is broken, then chances are that we're going to go lower, because if you look at NASDAQ here, we had a good break at yesterday, and there's a lot of space to the downside. But before that happens, before we have a clean break to the downside, we're in a range, and we want to be looking at buying support and selling resistance, and that's exactly what I'm looking to do right now.
The leverage is much better on the high stakes. However, when you trade on the bootcamp, it's easier to not blow your account, especially for traders who tend to overtrade, for example, because it's just not gonna let you take too high of a risk. Obviously, you still need to keep your discipline up, right? But it's much easier when you don't have such a leverage to just not let yourself go completely.
Yeah, I think the bootcamp account with the leverage is it's much easier to keep the account. It's much more difficult, like you say, to take those risky trades.
Yeah. For example, now I didn't take the gold because of the leverage, and it might have turned out in my favor. We'll see, of course, but not bad so far. Vinicius said the most important is not the amount, but the analysis, management, and the positions, in my view. I agree. That's why I only have one analysis running, and also because of the leverage. Mr. James saying, hey guys, love the stream. Thanks for doing this. It gets boring trading at home alone. Agreed, and thank you for watching it. Thank you for joining us today. And yes, it is possible, of course. You can adjust your risks, but obviously you can only take as many trades as your leverage on the bootcamp allows.
Yeah, I wish I had some more leverage here so I can open more positions at the lows here, and also look at other pairs to potentially trade as well.
Victor Trades saying, go all in, Jonatan. Is it our Victor? Or is it another Victor?
I don't know. I don't think it's our Victor. I don't think he has a YouTube.
I think it's a good advice, Jonatan. DJ, thank you. We really appreciate it. If you guys like the stream, if you like the competition, if you want to see it more often, please hit this like button and subscribe to our channel. Make sure that you do this so you get notified about these things like this competition today. or the live streams that we are doing from Monday to Thursday every single week. Yep, it is Victor, Jonathan. It is our Victor.
Yeah, but Victor, yeah. Well, I don't have a YouTube account. Well, okay, so what? You don't have a YouTube account, but you're. Oh, okay, so maybe it's you. Is it you? I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see if it's really you.
Can you give me your view about the USD and gold? Yeah, Jonathan, I'm gonna shift to my screen for a sec. And
Yeah, do that.
This is my gold, and they didn't let me execute this trade on my competition that we are doing right now, but I am short on gold on my other accounts where the leverage did allow me to take this trade. If you can see, the price did reach back the consolidation here and the value area from the consolidation, the lower boundary of it. This is where I was expecting to take a trade, but again, it just rejected it, and it's going down now. And my take profit is not set. I'm expecting the price to reach perhaps even the previous lows, which would be a nice 1 to 3 reward on my other accounts, and the level 32.11, 32.12, or perhaps even more. So perhaps I'm expecting to go to fall even more today, and then it's going to be even to 1 to 11 reward, because what we see, the price did reach the same consolidation here. I was buying gold like just last week. From this point, I was buying gold again and ended up closing in break even here, because it did went finally to my target, but I did close it in small profit, I think something close to break even. And we see that the price again turned and reached back the same zone, which is telling me that sellers keep pushing. They keep trying to break this level. We tried several times already, and every time buyers were trying to push back, and active buyers were buying from the same level and protecting it. But right now what we see is that the price broke this zone, this blue zone that you can see on my screen. This is the volumes from the previous, and it's rejecting it from the bottom, and we see sellers are stepping in. So I'm going to be holding the sell on my other accounts, and this is my view on gold for the whole trading day today. If nothing changes, this is my view for the rest of the trading day. And Euro USD, I'm right now long. It did break my other volumes right here nicely. I was buying Euro USD yesterday from here to here. So I was in a buy. I did close it based on my target. I could have held it a little longer, but again, my target was there based on my rules. And what I see here is that we broke the previous range here. We broke the previous big range here. We are above the developing point of control of the week here, and developing point of control shifted from above the price to below the price yesterday. And this is also one of the signs of the bullish momentum, buyers taking control over, taking more trades, and supporting the uptrend and the bullish movement to the upside. So this is my view on Euro USD. I'm expecting it to go as high as even 1.132, or at least to 1.1288. And this is a trade that I'm in currently for my competition with Jonathan now. So hope it helps.
All right. NASDAQ is holding these levels, not looking great, but it's basically a waiting game at this point, because there's no reason for me to close this trade at this point because it hasn't broken down.
Yeah.
So and I'm out of leverage basically, so I can't really do anything about this.
Did you check about the Victor? Did you check it?
Yeah, it is him. It is him. It was him, the master trader, Victor. Yeah.
Nice. Victor is with us in the comments. Hey, Victor, good to see you.
He's not here now though. He came in, said hi, and then he's out. Gonna go on a on the run.
Yeah. You're very, very welcome. I'm in EU as well, Greg says. Good. Let's hope it goes in our both direction then. Let us know in the comments, what are you guys trading today? Do you see anything interesting beside the things that we are looking at? We talked about gold, we talked about Euro USD, we talked about NASDAQ that Jonatan is holding right now. What else are you guys trading today? Let us know in the comments while we are waiting for our trades to work out, to go.
All right, okay. No, Fabian, he never takes out that mask. Never takes off the mask. Runs with the mask. He trades with the mask. He even sleeps with the mask.
GBP USD. Okay, what are you guys trading on GBP USD? Are you guys short? Are you guys long? I was looking at it in the morning and I had the trade and I closed the trade on GU as well. I was long. I'm gonna share with you what I was trading on GU earlier. So this was my idea for the night. I entered it over the night when the market opened after the overnight layover, seconds afterwards, well, minutes afterwards. And this was my TP, so I exited the trade. However, right now I see that it might go another 30, 40 pips to the upside. I'm not going to re-enter it again because I already closed it. I don't see my entry point anymore here, but I could have held it a little longer. It wasn't a good risk reward, but it was a well worked out trade after all. It was 1 to almost 7 risk to reward. But I usually try to aim to at least 1 to 2 and higher. I also didn't add to this position, but it did close in profit after all, so which is good.
Wait, was that a trade you took?
No, that was earlier. That was overnight. It's not
that was a good one. Nice.
Our competition, don't worry.
All right. Okay. So the lower position is now in profit on NASDAQ. So all I have to do is I got to see that, push it upside, hit that level right here. That's going to automatically close this trade in a profit, and the other ones run break even, and 0 commissions on indices here at the 5ers means it's going to be back in profit. Right now, I'm the balance is $7 in profit, which is not a lot, obviously, but hopefully we can. I think I'm going to be back to above that if this TP hits. So we're going to see if we can, get back to profit, make at least some money here. It's almost been 1 hour already. That's when doing these challenges, I feel like time just flies.
It's flying, yeah, it does.
You guys trade any crypto? Yes, I do. I'm actively trading crypto. I am actively trading crypto as well. Long-term investing in Bitcoin, and then trading altcoins if I do see something interesting happening. Right now, the altcoin market is looking great. We got some good breakup structure. We got Bitcoin looking like it wants to test all-time highs. So yeah, it's going to be quite interesting. Gold. Yeah, okay, let's switch over to gold, see what happens on gold.
Gold is going my direction, unfortunately not on the competition account, but it is dropping.
Yeah, I don't really have any analysis to do on gold right now, as I'm trying to manage this trade right here and can't really focus on that right now. Guess I got the TPs. You put the TPs, all of the TPs here. Hoping that we're going to get that push to the upside. If we can just get that push to the upside, I'd be happy about that trade. Wow, look at all the trades I'm taking here. So you can see right now, this is good. I mean, this is a type of structure that I want to see, because if we can just break above this level, it would start to look decent here as a rounded bottom, a low here. Now let's see, do I have any leverage left? Can I open like a tiny position, because that would really help me. Okay, I can. Good. That's this position. I'm just gonna move the stop loss all the way down here. And the TP is going to be right on that level. Do I have any more leverage? Can I enter another position? No. Okay, so can I enter 0.05? Yep, I can. Good. Now we're just going to adjust the stop loss and levels here. Adding a stop loss here, and we're going to be adding that profit as well. Now I can actually start managing this a little bit more effectively. Let's see, do I have any more? No, okay, so I'm completely out of leverage here. Yeah, free margin is only $360. So I'm completely out of leverage here. But I got all the TPs. Okay, so it's breaking out. You can see now that 3 of the positions are starting to come into profit, even though 2 of them are very, very small. But that's going to help me to push me just a little bit higher and enable me to perhaps even close that market before we hit that level right here. So you can see that I'm about $30 to $40 below break even on the account, which should turn out to be turn out to be at profit or in profit if we hit that level above. That's the resistance we need to recover from right now. So the reason here why I didn't close this trade is obviously you can go out and you can see here that NASDAQ, at support right here, even though it looked like it's going to break down. It's important that you never close a long at support. Okay, so you can see now that those 2 positions, I was down $50 on those. I'm down $30 on those now. I'm only about minus $17 right below break even. Should get another pusher upside here. If you do get another pusher upside, could be closing this, and I'm then going to look for another trade. All right. So far, so good.
Yeah. Okay, I did enter another trade. I closed my previous trade. On Euro USD, and I'm in another trade on gold right now.
You're in another trade on gold. Let's take a look at that one.
I'm gonna shift to my MetaTrader, wait. So I'm in another sell on gold right now because gold is indeed dropping. So I was selling it earlier on my other account, but this one didn't have a leverage for entering any more trades because I was holding Euro USD before. I closed Euro USD right now. I am holding gold. I entered sell, and I'm gonna be actually I need to place a stop loss on the book on this one. I didn't manage it yet. My stop loss is going to be 32.40, just like this. So I want the price to hold below this consolidation and below this head and shoulder spot. And so there are 2 level areas of volume that I'm expecting the price to hold. And I do want to see it continuing to go lower. We do have 6 more minutes before the half-an-hour candle closes. And as long as this half-an-hour candle will close below all of this consolidation, it's going to be good. And I'm going to be happy about it.
Okay, so we got a big move on NASDAQ here right now. So it came up and we took out all the TPs here, right here, as you can see on the top of that wick. So right now we got, we're in profit. And nice. I saw that you were in way more profit than me, but nonetheless managed to save the position at least. Nice. So yeah, so now I'm free to get all that leverage freed up. So now it's time to look at something else. So I saw that you were in gold. I'm going to bring that up once again. So you're in a short on gold. Okay, maybe I should go long on gold. Let's take a look, because I do really like. Yeah, I still like long for golds.
Yeah, perhaps I'm in a drawdown now, so you might be right. You might be right. But I'm gonna wait for the half an hour candle close in 3 minutes 50 seconds. And if it's gonna be above the level that I like, I'm gonna be closing this trade.
Right. Okay. No, I really like longs for gold here. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so what are we looking at? What's the max lot size I can use here? Okay, 0.25. Oh, okay. If I have the stop loss down here, then 4 should be good. Okay, 0.2 then. Well, I should be able to do 1. Right, so I'm long on gold here.
Okay, nice.
I'm kind of looking at the same level where you had your stop loss for TP, but I'm gonna put it. Probably need to just put it up here.
Okay, I have another 3 minutes for gold to go to my level, or I'm gonna be closing it off. 2.5.
All right.
Temba is asking a really good question. I was actually covering it yesterday. I had like a call with someone and I was talking about this. I think for scalpers, it's what really works as a risk management, time management aspect is to set yourself a special limit of the time per day. Because for a scalper, you're taking so many trades and you need to make so many decisions and you need to make quality decisions that it becomes really hard with more time passing. So the more time passes, the more difficult it becomes to stay focused and cool-headed. And you start making the decisions just because you're already exhausted and your eyes are tired and your view on the market becomes unclear. So I think what works is to set yourself and say, hey, I'm trading only 1 hour per day or 2 hours per day as a scalper. And this obviously works if you are a fast-paced scalper, right? And that might be something, especially if you tend to overtrade, especially if you catch yourself revenge trading, you catch yourself losing an emotion. This might be something that can save your account and also lots of time and money. Scalping is challenging indeed, but I think it's a personal choice, not based on what we think works, but based on the analysis. So you take a range of 100 trades and you find a point of break. So at which point do you start losing it? Well, to just literally losing it right in the account, but also losing it emotionally. What is this amount of trades? What is this amount of time that you spend on the charts? And then things go wrong. And then this will be the point right before this where you need to put an alarm or something else that will make you stop trading and get away from the charts for a moment. Just take a break.
Yeah, I think when scalping, you want to, want to have a session, like a scalping session, a window where you're trading, and then you just trade within that window.
Yeah.
It's easy to get, like, if it's easy to get stuck into it, and you trade for too long, and you get that decision fatigue, and you get tired, and it's not gonna help you.
You just get tired. I think it just basic psychology. What I believe is that we are humans during the day have only the capacity to make so many decisions, and decisions can be small or big. But this is the reason why, if something is happening in life, right, and you need to make important decisions, it's much more difficult to trade consistently and profitably because your focus is somewhere else. When you are a scalper and you need to make lots of decisions and you need to make quality decisions, cold-headed decisions, it becomes tiring and difficult the more time passes. Whereas if you are intraday trader or a swing trader, it might be a little bit more easy because you just make less decisions during the day. Even if they are also, challenging decisions, important decisions, you make less of those. And as a scalper, I think it's especially important to be able to manage yourself. People say risk management, but I think risk management ties really, really strong with emotional management and knowing your strong and weak sides. It's like if you know your weak side, you know when is the time to press a brake. And we as human beings, we are just afraid sometimes to look into this weak sides because we feel like something is wrong with us. But everyone has weak sides and strong sides. We all have it. There is nothing wrong with them. It's about knowing it, knowing yourself, being honest with yourself, that things, some things are more difficult for you as a trader personality that you have, and knowing when it's time to step away and save your account and save also your mental peace as well,
Okay. Today's bias for gold, buying or selling. Well, I'm buying, but it's going down. So if you would have sold where I bought, then you would have made money, and I'm currently in a drawdown. The bias right now for gold, I think, just because of the fact that we're at support, some type of support, I'm thinking I'm gonna long gold. Also because we don't really have any news, no catalyst to drive prices today. I think it's going to be trading quite technically, and therefore I would like to look at gold from a more bullish perspective. Yes, you're able to scalp if you're entering and exit trades within seconds. High frequency trading is not allowed though. But if you're just scalping, then you're scalping manually and entering and exiting within seconds. That is allowed.
Make sure that you calculate in commissions when you do this, so your profits at least cover the commissions that you pay.
Yeah, I mean, it's not recommended to trade that way. It's very difficult to be profitable if you're trading that way. But you can trade on, I mean, you got the indices without commissions, but then I believe the indices have a little bit wider spreads because of no commissions. All right, so I'm in a similar position now that I was on NASDAQ. Obviously, we're seeing gold has obviously some room here to the downside. I'm just looking for a small push to the upside. Are you in any trades right now?
Yeah, I'm still holding sell on gold. It didn't close below my level, so I'm waiting for the next 5 to 15 minute candle to close. At least 5. It's 40 seconds. I don't like, if you look at the 5-minute time frame, I don't like this weeks to the downside that it's creating. I don't like it at all, but I'm still holding a sell, waiting for the candle to invalidate my position. It's not invalidated yet, but it's also not looking fantastically good so far. I did miss my USD CAD trade. That was a beautiful trade. It missed my entry point just like with 1 pip. Less, 0.5 pip. Can you believe that? Yeah, 0.5 pip.
Yes, Malik, I am standing up. I got my standing desk. I can move it up and down like this. It's pretty cool.
I have it as well, and it's super useful. Well, I'm streaming from a different place always because there is a nice background, but I do need to finally make my office. And this standing desk is extremely good, especially when you trade. Like, it keeps you a little bit more awake and just blood flowing. Yeah, I closed my position on Euro USD because I didn't have a leverage to enter another trade, and also because it reached my level and it was pulling back from it constantly. I'm gonna switch to my screen. This is a USD cut position that I missed. So it was literally 0.5 pip to my sell limit that it didn't take, which is a little bit sad, but it is what it is. If you guys took it, we were talking about it earlier. If I would sell it, that would be really good. It would like be 1 to 3 restore. But anyway, Euro USD I closed because if we look at that on the smaller time frame, we see that the price was rejecting this level. So I closed it when we got back here and it started rejecting again, and we see that it went below it. So no point of holding it. It would still be at the same point where I closed it right now for me. So I did close my Euro USD.
And yes, you can use EA's trading with the 5ers, no problem at all. By the way, guys, make sure that you hit that like. We have rather low like number today, considering the high view count that we have today. So make sure that if you're watching here live, make sure that you hit that like if you like what we're doing right here. We're going to be doing more trading challenges like this. You know, the more likes the lives get, the more we're going to repeat whatever you guys are liking.
Hey guys, it's just a small click for you, but it's a huge impact for our YouTube account. So make sure that you hit this like button.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so gold is holding that. It's not really much happening here for gold. I'm just gonna keep that trade open because it feels like it's kind of 50-50. It could really go either way. This to me, honestly, right now, because it's a challenge. And how long do we have? Do we have just 20 minutes, or when is our session over?
Oh yeah, we actually have. We have another 45 minutes until our session is over.
Okay. So it's 12. Yeah, that's right. 12:30. All right. Okay. Good. So there's some time for gold to run here. If I can. Yeah. Okay. No, I think this is. I think it's more bullish than bearish. I do think the probabilities here are slightly in my favor.
Yeah, perhaps. I don't like this weeks to the downside at all. I really don't like what this is happening. It is not invalidated to me, because as long as we stay below this zone here, below this recent consolidation, the small time frame, it's not invalidated. So just by rules, I'm not going to be closing it. I'm going to keep holding this. But these weeks, they're looking tricky. They are looking tricky. Justin, I'm very, very happy that it helped. We talked about last week about taking small profits when you start trading. It's so important for those of you who didn't see it. I've been talking about how important it is to just feel the reward for the effort that you put in, because our brain as a human being works in the way that it is protecting us. It's set to protect us, and the stress from trading is perceived by our back brain as a danger. So if you are not showing yourself just a reward, why are you doing this? Why are you spending so much time in front of the screen? Why are you stressing every single morning? You wake up and you choose to get on the charts and get this stress. Then your whole body is going to be working against you and self-sabotaging yourself just to not let you constantly experience the stress. So even withdrawing $5, $10, getting a coffee outside, getting something small that you wanted for yourself, going somewhere that you wanted for a long time, even if spending a weekend or a day with a family of loved ones somewhere nice, then you start actually feeling why you're doing this. And it becomes much easier to stay motivated, to stay focused. Whether it's if you keep holding yourself in this loop of blowing your account, making profits, putting all this effort in, putting all this time in, and then again losing your account, and again in the same circle, it becomes very difficult over the time to stay consistent, motivated, focused trader. So Justin, I'm really happy it helped, and I do hope it helps also other people to just get a new perspective a little bit on trading.
You know, I want to go to Dubai. Like we go to Dubai and then we like do a live trading challenge, like in person. I think that would be cool.
This would be
Love to
really
do
cool.
that.
Do you know how hot it is right now there?
Yeah, we just got a. What? Sorry, what did you say?
You know how hot it is now there?
Yeah, I read that it's like insane. Okay, I'm honestly I don't want to like in. Do they have winter? Like, do they have? They don't have no winter, but do they have periods where it's not as hot?
Yeah, it's December. You can even wear a jacket in December.
Okay, we should probably go there in December though, then,
Yeah,
because I
November,
like.
December, January is good. January was there this year, and it was really good. But last
Nice.
year I was there in August, opening my company, and I swear it was like a living sauna. You get outside, and it's like you are in sauna 24/7. The only
We go
two
to
months.
we could go to Spain though. I mean, you're in Spain, and where like most people
Oh,
are
Spain is amazing.
in around Europe. That
Yeah,
would be
Spain.
easier.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I
easier.
love Spain.
Yeah, we should do
Love
something
Spain. We
like
could
that.
have like rent a big space, like rent some nice Airbnb, set up the computers and everything, and then do like a live. That would be fun. That would be fun.
Yeah, that would be
Definitely.
awesome.
Okay, so gold is slightly in profit right here. It's still within. I'm still seeing bullish signs here though.
Yeah, I do see it as well. Like, for example, that it's not breaking this low, it is quite a bullish sign for me. And I
Yeah, we're
don't like
not going to Australia. So for different reasons, we're not going to Australia because uh, snakes. I don't mind the spiders, but like I don't like snakes and um, like too far. We got LJ though. We got LJ in Australia. Maybe better. We should fly him over.
I don't like what gold is doing. But the problem is that I have this analysis on the higher time frame. So I'm still expecting it to go down, but the problem is that we don't have time for it to go down if it's going to take me hours to get this in the profit. Well, I almost went to South Africa last year, Greg. And then the last moment my trip got called off, but still waiting for the Cape Town. Should be absolutely amazing. Nice, Malik, nice. Yeah, I closed my EU and it's still trying to break to the upside, but it's having difficulties here. So I'm not.
All right, gold is finally moving. Gold is finally moving. Looking good. Looking good. Okay, I'm going to be securing that position now. Switch over to my screen here. We can check what gold is doing. Okay, so we got that entry right here. It's moving close to that TP. Looking good. Looking good. Looking good. Okay, I'm going to close it right here. Okay, so looking good. What's your okay, maybe you don't want to share your P&L. Well, you have to share your P&L because you see my P&L. I'm going to switch over to your screen. I'm going to look at your P&L. What's your P&L? Oh, you got trading view. Damn it.
I'm gonna shift to my MetaTrader. You are a little bit higher in the P&L right now than me.
Yes.
Right
All right,
now.
guys.
But that is realized P&L.
You know, everyone always thinks like, who's the better trader, women or men? Well, today you're gonna get your answer. Today you're gonna get your answer.
Wow, that's a challenge. That is a challenge. You're taking it to the completely other level, huh?
Yeah, I just made it personal. No, to all the women out there, which is like 1% of everyone watching. I'm pretty sure you're looking at the numbers. You know, we got some really good female traders, and it's an interesting conversation actually, because I know that, you know, I think female traders are much more risk averse. They're better with risk management. I think they're much better with risk management. You know,
I
in all areas of life, I think like they. women generally, probably live longer because they make less mistakes when it comes to risk management,
Because we are less stressed, trying to be at least.
Yeah.
Why are there so little women who trade? I think it also goes like back to the same topic. It is perhaps that women manage the risks better in some ways, but it's also that a lot of women are not willing to take this risk. Trading is stressful. However you turn it, it is stressful. You do face a lot of your emotions. You do face a lot of different kind of things, and drawdowns and setbacks, and you need to like make the decision to keep going and all of this. And a lot of women just don't want this kind of stress in their lives. So this is, I think, one of the reasons. Another reason, I think, women are just afraid, and I think they shouldn't be afraid to go out there and try trading, and they feel like, okay, I'm not going to understand this. You don't believe how many women from 18 to 60s I've taught just learning how to trade. And I have already right now a very good friend who was once my student, and it's been years ago, 4 years ago, and she's now the full-time trader, and she's a mom. She's 65, and she's my friend, and her daughter is my other friend, and she's 22, so 23 right now. So this is really cool. So they both are trading now. They live like in different places and they travel together. That's so cool to see.
Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, I love when I get a couple of old trading students back when I was doing more mentoring, and it's really cool to see someone going from like not understanding anything about trading to actually start making money. And I see that those that really make it are those that are very, but they're relaxed people, and they're relaxed and they're disciplined, and they're they're easy, they're just easy going. They're not gonna take, like me, I'm quite impulsive, which is a big issue in trading, and one of the biggest reason why I'm investing all this money into algorithmic trading, because it removes all the emotions. So for me, I'm good with technicals. I'm good with technical analysis. I know which indicator works and what they do, and good combinations of indicators. But emotionally, I'm not cut out for scalping. I'm not cut out for the day trading. And even in swing trading, there's points where you exit a position even though the technicals are perfect. Everything lines up, the technicals are perfect, but you exit a position because you had a thought, you had an emotion. And the people that I see that really become really good in trading are the ones that are able to just look at price for what it is and not really put much emotions into what they're seeing. It's difficult.
It is difficult. I think it also requires, I think some people have it in them, but I think it's also is possible to build it within you and just grow this resilience and just this calmness. But it takes so much. Like, I'm quite an impulsive person as well. If you propose, if someone calls me and my friend is like, let's go to another side of the world, are you down? I said, why are you asking? This kind of things. And it also didn't serve me well in trading. Because the same exact reason. But it took a while, but I think it's quite possible to grow this quality in yourself.
Yeah.
Like Nicolaus says, women are better traders because they don't have feelings. I feel like someone was hurt here, and not only by the market. Nicolaus.
Yeah, probably. Feels like he lost a little bit more than just an account, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, William
okay.
has a lot of women are avoiding invest in risks and losing money. Yeah, exactly. So a little just scared or don't want to face it in the first place.
But the whole investment space and trading space is I mean, I look at I'm managing a couple of different YouTube channels and social media accounts in the trading space, and I'm looking at the numbers of the ratio between men and females, and it's like 97% men, well above 95% men in across all the channels in all of social media. Now, I would be interested to see, female trading influencers, what they have, what their ratio is, because maybe the female traders are more interested in actually watching another female trade. That wouldn't be really weird. So I would be interested to see that. But overall, it's like over 90%, 95% in this industry is are males. So it's really interesting why that is, because I don't really see a reason why. I don't really see a reason for it,
Crazy. Maybe I should start a YouTube channel for like women traders.
I'm surprised you don't have something like that already. Like, you should
It just
definitely
gave
do
me
that.
a crazy idea, I should definitely do this.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Okay, I'm gonna go long on gold here once again. What was the max leverage I used before? That was 0.2.
0.21 lot size you used.
Okay, so let's do 0.2 here. Okay, I'm going long on gold once again. This time I'm putting my up here.
It is surprisingly not yet invalidated for me, so I keep holding my sell. I just hope it's going to work out in the next 40 minutes of our live.
This is a good question. So if you're constantly, let's face it, over 95%, maybe even as high as 99% of people that are trying to trade are not profitable. Like the absolute majority, over 90%, 95% are losing money trading. So what if they just, everything they do the opposite? But that's not the problem. Like, you're going to lose money even if you're doing that, because the problem is not the technical setups. The problem is most likely your inability to manage your emotions. That's why most traders are not profitable. So for example, you take a trade where you see USD come down to support and you buy that support. Nothing wrong about that. You're supposed to be buying support, but then you see that price starts moving up from that support and you have 50 pips to the next level above, but you choose to trade, close that trade at 5 pips in profit, and you're like, okay, that's a good trade. Now let's go on to the next one, and you have a 10 pip stop loss, same trade, hit stop loss. Now you're down 5 pips. You take another trade, works out, but you close it at 10 pips. So now you're up like 5 pips, or you're around break even. But if you look at the trades, if you just held them to last TP, you would have been up quite a lot. So a lot of times you'll see that traders are trading a profitable system, but just because they exit sooner or let their losers run, the winners are going to be bigger than smaller than the losers. So the losers is going to be bigger, but the system is profitable. There's an edge in the system, and if you just held the trades, you would have been profitable. So for a lot of people, it doesn't really matter if you do the inverse, because then you would be selling support, and you would be losing money on that as well. So the biggest issue is just getting a system, finding a system, and sticking to that system. That's so you won't really make it if you flip the positions. Okay, if you are to choose $1 million immediately or a penny that will double for the day with 30 days. Well, I gotta do the math on that. I don't think a penny that would double per day for 30 days will be more than $1 million, will it?
Let's see. I'm calculating it right now.
That would be insane. A penny is not...
Yeah, the total amount will be over $5 million, Jonathan.
No, it's no way. No way.
It will be $5,368,709.20 in 30 days.
Okay, I will take the 1 million because I do not trust that, and I would take the 1 million.
And then
I would double that. Yeah, no, I'm gonna take the 1 million. I don't trust that. I don't trust it. I don't trust it.
Now, this questions when you're like, are you going to take 1 million now, 5 in like 5 years, or 10 in 10 years? I would take 1 now because of inflation. You never know what happens, and because I can multiply it with my trading. But if it comes to this question on 30 days, I'm willing to wait 30 days to get 5 times, almost 5.5 times more. And this is a good example of impulsiveness of men and women in trading, I think. I'm going to take it right now.
Yeah, no, I don't care. I'm gonna take it right now. I'm gonna get it. I'm taking the 1 million and I'm running, because there's gotta be a scam right there.
Now I would take 5.5 almost, and I would wait 30 days for that. If anyone wants to give me $5.5 million, I'm down to wait 30 days.
This is a good question. Please advise, how are you guys trading full time every day without worrying about the bills? I don't only trade, honestly. Like, I got multiple incomes. So on a good month, I got about, with trading, I have five income streams. Four good ones and one small one that I'm building up. But trading is, some months I'm making no money from trading. So that's but some months I'm making a lot of money from trading. But the way that you do not worry about, like, keep your job. Do not lose that job. Keep your job. Even if you're going to be trading full time does not mean trading 4 hours a week. It means maybe trading 1 hour a day. Maybe if you swing traded 2-3 hours a week, do not get rid of your job. Okay, I mean, we're here. Our job right now is doing this live stream. We're not doing this for free, guys. We're not doing this for free. I mean, time is money. And even though we're trading, this is our job. We're working for the 5ers. And one of the reasons why I'm working for the 5ers is because having a stable income will help me not worrying about the bills. It's, the number of people that are able to, like, I'm going to tell you as it is, I'm not mentally cut out to be 100% full-time in trading. I'm not going to make it. I've tried it and it didn't work for me. I was worrying too much about the future. I mean, I got a family. So if I have like a losing streak of 6 months, like, how I got bills to pay, I got kids to feed. I can't just not making any money for a couple of months. And the thing is, most of my money made from trading comes in about 2 or 3 months of the year. So I'm, slightly in profit or slightly in loss or around break even on average for about 80% of the year. I made most of my money in 20% of the year. And you could look at that as a yearly bonus. Last year, I made almost all my money in November. So I made 20% on my account in November, and that paid for almost all 2024. So I would have gone from January to November, all of last year, around break even, making some money, losing some money. And obviously that's not something you can live off. So never go, always keep your job. I would never recommend that you quit your job to start trading, because first of all, most people fail at trading. The failure rate in this industry is extremely high, so you have all the odds stacked against you. You should be watching trading as a hobby until you make enough money consistently to replace whatever you're doing. But even at that time, like, if you're able to go down, like if you have a job right now and you're working 100%, if you're able to go down like 50 or 25%, that's much better than actually quitting your job, because you need that mental peace of mind.
I think it's not only about making consistent profits, because trading is not consistent, like you said yourself, right? Sometimes we're gonna just have a losing month or have a losing several months, and then have extremely high profit. So in these moments, to not completely lose it mentally and also not go worried and lose your account because of stress, I think it's extremely important also to have savings on the side, which are going to sustain you for, let's say, a period of 6 months, all your bills and everything covered, so you can peacefully trade and wait for this good months to come where you can maximize your returns. Because even if you look at the funds, if they're professional traders, right, you're going to look at the statistics and it's going to bring you down to ground, to earth, because a lot of these influencers online, Instagram, everywhere, you see the success where from the first day you're making lots of money in trading and all of this kind of things, and you're like, I'll start thinking, okay, what is wrong with me? You know, I should be making X amount every single day, but that's not how real trading works. If you want to see how real trading works, you should go check out how the professional funds are doing this, how traders full-time doing this, you know, and you will realize that it's not consistent. Trading doesn't mean being consistently profitable every single day, every single week, and sometimes not every single month. And this is the truth of trading, right? So you need to be able to either have another income or either have savings. And I think it's just smart in general in life to have several income streams. What happens if you just want to take a rest? Let's say you're a profitable trader, but you just want to take a break. You are a human being, you get tired, you want to go on vacation, you want to do nothing for a month. So what, after a month, a whole month, you're not getting anything, not any money, not nothing, and you are pushed. You feel like you have to keep trading, and it never turns out well. If you wake up and you feel like you have to trade, that always goes against you after all. That was a great question.
It's like Maria is saying as well, you know, you don't become a surgeon overnight, right? Like it's imagine that you go to medical school, all of that. Let's say it takes, okay, so let's say it takes you about 5 to 7 years to become a doctor or whatever, or a lawyer, right? And then you got to look at trading in the same way. You know, you got to look at, 5 years learning how to trade, and then you got to get a job. And then maybe first 6 months or maybe even 12 months of that new job, you get to prove that you're actually able to do the job as like a test hire, right? And it's going to be the same in trading. If you learn how to trade, get a demo trade for a while, test your system, and then when you go into the live markets, you're going to make sure that you can actually make some money. And I mean, what I did was I had savings. So I believe it was in 2000. I went full time. So I traded full time in 2019, 2021, and 22, I believe. So lived off only trading. But in 2023, my system, kind of the edge, started deteriorating. There was something about it that didn't work. So I kept losing money almost throughout that whole year. So I had built up a big savings, right? And I'm talking about like a good amount of money where I could, pay off my mortgage on the house. I could perhaps, get a new house, get a good amount of money. And if I was able to, if I had a second income, I didn't have to take from that savings. So I lost most of that savings account in that year because of trading not going well. So if I just had a second income, didn't have to be a big income, then I would save a lot of money. So that's a good example for me. That kind of showed me that, okay, I need a second income. I can't do this full time. It's not, the risks are too high. Okay, so we got gold right here. Gold is, okay, so I'm long on gold and it's not looking good. I'm in a drawdown right here, but it's, yeah, let's see what we get. Did look good, but now it's looking horrible. We had Michael in the comment. What did Michael say in the comment? Wise words here, guys. Pay attention to what. Yeah, that's right. Yes, thank you. Yeah, gotta pay attention. Pay attention. How's your short looking at on gold?
My short is coming back to break even, and it's looking great now because it's back valid for a short. So if you break this weeks and if you close, the candle closes below this week's, I'm going to be even adding to the short after all.
Yeah, you're definitely leading in terms of equity right here.
I'm on the price to close below this week's, the candle to close below this week's, because if you look at that 5-minute candle, we see that there was a weak area. So the price was can't stand MetaTrader. Anyway, I want the price to close below this week's. So I can see that the momentum, the selling pressure, it keeps coming, because as we can see, the price was trying to reach these levels, but constantly was pulling back. So if this candle closes with a body short, strong at this week, so below it, that's a good sign for me for keeping short. And in my trade,
definitely. I mean, yeah, definitely. That's a good reason to keep that short open. I am looking at this and thinking that I wish I had some more leverage here. I'm fully maxed out on my leverage. I'm trying to buy. Okay, let's see if I can buy a 0.01. No, I can't do anything here. It sucks.
So are you high?
I got this question. I have a doubt if my funded account profit target is done before the withdrawal cycle is done. Does the profit roll over to my new account, or does it stay? I think we got the moderator in the chat here. Maybe can help out with that one. I would think I'm not gonna.
It rolls.
I have an idea, but I'm not gonna answer that because I'm not sure.
It rolls. It rolls.
It rolls over, right? Yeah.
So you don't lose your profits ever with the 5ers.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
You lose your account, obviously, if you mismanage your risk, but it does not. You don't lose the profit.
Okay, so now what we have is get a little bit of support here for gold, and I'm hoping I can get a move up to that level. We get about 25 minutes left of this challenge. A lot of things can happen in those last 25 minutes. Let's see what we get here, people. Let's see what we get. It's gonna be very interesting here. You know, I mean, so we got it close to trades right on the
in 22
get
minutes.
It close to trades right on the mark, right on the 12:30 mark. Okay.
Gold will drop over the next 48 hours. Daniel saying, great. I wish it drops during the next 20 minutes. 22 at the tops. 48 hours is good, but I have to win this thing with Jonatan. Come on, gold.
Yeah. All right, it's gonna be well, it looks good now though. I like the 5 minute right here, but it needs to push a little bit higher. If we're looking at my screen here, we needed to push above the needed to push above that 50% level right here. It looks good, but obviously that 5 minute candle looked very strong as well.
Yeah. If I would take a sell where I was planning to take a sell, when it didn't take it because of the margin, it would still be in profit because I had it on all these weeks before. So that was really good. But now I'm in a drawdown because I took a really bad entry on this one. Entry couldn't be worse for a sell. I'm literally entered on this new support that is being created now. Zudin is asking, is BTC inverse with gold? I don't find the inverse correlation of gold and Bitcoin. Eventually, if you think about macroeconomics, then gold is a kind of an asset that is like a protective asset, whether it's Bitcoin and indices, the risk assets. So in this sense, perhaps they are negatively correlated, but it's not 100% negative correlation. It depends on the context behind it.
Yeah, we got a good 5-minute candle close, and it's pushing higher.
Unfortunately, it is.
Yeah, you can take a sell. You know, if your system is telling you to take a sell, then you should definitely take a sell. If you're coming here to ask us if you should take a sell, then no, did not. Okay, we're getting close now. We're getting close. We're getting close. Okay, we got 19 minutes left. Got 19 minutes left. Have you ever traded an Indian option? No, never traded options, and it's not Indian option. Never. All right. Small push to upside. Small push to upside is all we need here.
Okay, gold, come on. For swing traders, Jonathan, that one is for you. Do you recommend walking away from the screen after placing orders?
I did not listen. Okay, what's the question?
Do you recommend as a swing trader to walk away from the screen after you place an order?
Yeah, what else are you gonna do? You're gonna be like, if you enter a swing trade, you're gonna be in for days. You're gonna be watching, like, you're just gonna be staring at the screen. Yes, please do. Go out, go on a walk or whatever. Like you. Yeah, I very much recommend that you leave the office. Do not look at that. I mean, that's the whole idea with swing trading. I mean, you enter a trade and you're gonna be in that position for quite a long time. You don't want to be. There's no reason to look at price unless. So what I would do is I would put alerts. So like you enter a trade and then you put alerts above and below price at areas where you would be interested. So for example, on gold here, if let's say this is on the daily or maybe even on the weekly, I got one alert here because I would be interested in whatever gold is doing here. So one alert here and then one alert down here, and then it can range on here forever, and I'm not going to be looking at the at the trade.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for me. I swear the gold is going to do the same thing it did for me last week when I lost a bet to you. It's just going to consolidate here until our challenge and competition is over, and then it's going to drop. I feel it. I feel it's going to do this to me again.
Yeah, I feel so too.
I should really stop trading gold during the competitions.
Yeah.
Like it goes so good, but I'm not on the competition. On the competition, it's just like this is this love-hate relationship with this gold that I have. Mr. Silver, no, you just need to make 0.5 for the next 2 days. 3 days in total, and that's it. You're not going to be disqualified. You're just going to pass it only when you have 3 winning days of 0.5% each at least. I'm looking at it on my other account, and I'm still going to be holding it, but this one, come on. EU buy, GU buy. I don't know. I closed it, and I'm not going to be re-entering it now anymore. I was buying it earlier. I closed it in profit. It dropped back barely to my entry point, almost EU specifically. And it's like I'm not convinced for the next buy on it. Neither I am convinced for the buy on GU, to be honest with you. It looks like a sell for me, so I'm not for it. I mean, it can, of course, it can. Definitely. Gold, I do not like you anymore. GU heading for the last week high. I don't know. Maybe. But for me, it looks like we are going back to approximately 133,200, maybe even 100.
Okay, so we're not getting that push above the 50, so you can see the 50% level. But the momentum is definitely here. So what I'm seeing here, we got the range. We got the range right here. You go down, and you can go down to the 1 minute here, and oh, look at the 1 minute right there. That is weird price action. Ah, it's okay. It's in the middle of the night. I'm wrong. Okay, so looking at the 1 minute here, we see that the trend here, we had it's kind of compressing and compressing, almost like in a, could be a channel or a wedge type of formation, and then it breaks out and it has like a big move to the upside, big move to the downside, and it feels like there's a lot of momentum and there's a lot of buying pressure whenever we come down and hit this level. And this is a great indication of a lot of buying pressure coming in here. So I think we're going to get that push to the upside, and seeing as this is the second attempt of breaking this level, it has a higher probability of breaking out. So we'll see. I think it's going to break out here.
Yeah. No, I still see the resistance there, but again, I don't think it's going to go in the next 12 minutes anymore.
I'm going to close the first position here. And I'm just going to be waiting for that breakout. Where do I have that?
DJ is asking what percentage of trading is mechanical and what percentage is discretionary. It depends, I would say, how long you've been trading. I think it's very important to have some mechanical and automated processes as well in place. For example, like knowing when to place your stop loss, take profit, how to manage your trades. I think it should be mechanical and not emotional, and not based on your personal bias at this very moment much. So because, when emotion kicks in, especially when you are in the trade, it's very difficult to stay cold-minded towards your trade. So I think this should be mechanical, and this should be like, I have even, it's called the playbook of my trades, where I have more than 160 PDF pages of my setups with screenshots and a short explanation of it. So this is something that is mechanical for me, based on the entry points and exit points. And this is why I'm staying in this gold, because it's actually not invalidated for me yet based on this. And I think one of the most strongest part of being a trader and a profitable is your own also bias, when knowing to not take a setup, even if it looks good, based on your own experience, your own, amount of time that you've spent on the charts. And this is why, for example, I know, Jonatan, you program, bots and automated trading. What do you think about, do they need to be adjusted from time to time and kept an eye on? Do they only work from a certain period of time? And then if the market shifts, you also need to adjust them, or does it work for you consistently? Because from my perspective and what I've seen so far, I may be completely wrong, but what I've seen so far is that it works for a certain period of time, and then it needs to be adjusted to the market, new liquidity, volatility, and some, period seasonality even. And I think this is one of the strongest parts of a trader, to be able to do it.
Yeah, so I can look at one system, for example. I would look at, for example, I have a system, a breakout strategy on GBP, JPY, and it's been, got back tested data from all the beginning, all the way back in. So it's about like 20 or 25 years of back testing data. So you can look at that back testing data, and you can see in so where you can have like a good equity curve throughout maybe 10 years, and then you have 5 years of just that equity curve being sideways, not making any money. So then you look at what happened during those 5 years, and you might see that that was a high interest rate environment or a low interest rate environment, or you had certain macro cycles where that EA did not perform well. Maybe it was losing money, maybe it was break even. So your job then as a quantitative trading or an algo trader is to identify when is your EA performing well, when it's not performing well, and then looking at what are the signs of you entering that cycle once again. So for example, you had some EAs that performed very well in the pandemic. Obviously in the pandemic you had low interest and you had a lot of liquidity in the market. You had the central banks just pumping in liquidity in the market and lowering the interest rates. It was basically free to money was free basically around that time, and some markets were trading very heavily. And then after the pandemic, you saw inflation rising and you saw interest rates going up, and that created a completely new market cycle and a market theme, which then you have to look at the science of that. So that's the discretionary part of and so it's not easy. Creating an algorithm, it's not like just creating an algorithm and then putting on the count and not doing anything. You need to be very good at macro analysis to understand when that EA will be performing well. So I would say that people think it's easy with EAs, with algo trading, and you're not going to do anything. But no, it's quite difficult. You need to be very good at fundamental and macro analysis to be able to understand when you're supposed to be, having them running.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing, Jonatan. It's really, really interesting because I have, only experience of looking at it, but I've never programmed something myself. So it's obviously a completely different perspective, and you are the one who is the creator of this kind of algorithm.
Yeah, okay, we got 6 minutes. So what I'm going to do is, when we hit the 30-minute mark, I'm just going to close the position, and I'm hoping that it's going to be higher and not lower.
You know how they say one can only hope.
Yeah, exactly. Very interesting. Okay, very interesting.
Yeah, it's stuck in this 1 minute range right before the end of our competition. Can you believe this?
Yeah, this is a good question. Good comment here from Greg. Like, never buy an EA. If the EA works, you don't sell it. Okay. If the EA works, you're gonna make a lot of money on that EA. So if you see, you might find EAs that are $5,000 or $6,000 or something like that. Maybe they can work if you get all the proof of them working. But I've seen EAs that are being sold for like $50 or $100. If you have a profitable EA, you can trade it on prop firms. So you can trade it in a personal account. You're gonna make a lot of money. So why would you take that EA and sell it so that more people can use it and the edge are going to be deteriorating over time? Also, if you have an EA today and it's profitable and you're selling that, obviously people are going to take that and then connect it to prop firm accounts, and then everyone's taking the same trades and everyone's going to get banned because it's group trading. So no, gold is moving lower. This is not good. This is not good right here. Okay, this is not good. Yeah, okay, it's moving up now. What's up, Michael? Welcome.
Hey, Mike.
Hey guys.
Let's go.
I'm just going to give everyone a heads up right now. I literally feel as though my brain is as if my brain was a tooth and I'm having it drilled around me and hammered and God knows what, because around me where I am right now, I don't know what they're doing upstairs, but at some point I wouldn't be surprised if there is dust coming down over my head. So my apologies if you end up hearing loud bangs and wallops or my camera starts to shake, because there's a mini earthquake happening in this building. Not the most conducive to trading, but I can tell you that gold is going to sell.
Thank you, Mike.
Greg said, check the smile on the stage. Oh, she had a smile, but then it kind of got wiped off because the gold started moving higher.
Gold is selling.
Gold is Anastasiia selling. You're well, who's selling? You're selling.
Gold. Gold is going to sell.
Okay.
I'm not doing anything right now, because if I do anything right now, my brain might explode. So
okay.
I'm not going to trade.
You mean you have a headache?
I have a headache because literally, you know, when you go to the dentist and they like drill your tooth, right?
Yeah. I
have that in my whole head right now because of all the drilling and the banging and the hammering and everything else that they're doing today. So my entire head is like a tooth. It's very, very hard to explain.
Okay, if gold breaks down here, I have to close this trade. I have to close this trade of gold. I'm not gonna end this challenge at a minus. Like, if I can't even make money, that would be quite embarrassing.
Jonatan, you're in drawdown, Jonatan?
No. I'm in profit, obviously.
Just not on this challenge. Just not on this particular competition with Anastasiia.
No,
I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna close. Okay, I'm closing it right now. Okay, I'm closing it. Yeah, we got less than 2 minutes.
Jonatan, you have 1.5 minutes to enter another trade and try to win it.
No, I'm not taking that bait. That's bait right there. Okay, let's look at the
Jonatan,
history.
Full margin, all in. Let's go. Come on.
I get a history. We're up in profit 67.45. How many trades we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay, 19, 18. I can't even count. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
And Anastasiia took one trade and just destroyed you.
Jonatan, are you ready to lose this competition?
Well, let's see what Anastasiia's got. Basically doubled. Doubled.
I had 2 trades and I only closed gold because we are up at the hour.
You're not in any positions.
No, women are better traders. Jonatan, I want to hear you saying it, because you said you're gonna see who's a better trader, women or men today.
Hang on, Anastasiia, hang on. I think we need to do this properly. 1 second. Jonatan.
Kind of put me on the spot there. Yeah. You know what? Like, I'm actually quite the introvert, you know, and I would never go up on stage and do anything like that. And now Michael's done me the honor of putting me on here, front page in front of everyone. I would like to say that even though I sincerely think that men are amazing traders and on average much better than women traders, I would say that there's one female trader out there which potentially could outperform most of the men in a trading challenge, and her name is Anastasiia. Congratulations to you.
I mean, it's
I'll take it.
you know, I think it's best we're going to get, really, Anastasiia. So you know, that's take what we can get from him. You know, let's scalp that as a compliment from Jonatan.
No, that's well, I mean, it's beautiful done. It's beautifully done. I really thought that I had this one, but you know what? The positive thing here is that but you know, I wanted to kind of get, you know, I wanted to cater to the men and the women here, you know, and say that
I'm smiling, William, because you know, I think it's hilarious how Jonatan really didn't want to say that. Yeah, right now I'll take any opportunity to laugh.
Look at gold and it's starting to move higher. Well, that is absolutely fantastic. Okay, that's a great. So, was there any tactic in here on the stage? Like, did you look at my P&L and then you like entering? Was there any tactic here? Because
no, I was just taking the trade that I would normally take. I also took them on my account, on funded accounts, is the same trade. So no tactic, just normal trading.
What's good about this competition though is like we both made money. Like that's something that, you know, a lot of times when you do these competitions, you'll see that we mostly lose money because it's just so different doing a trading competition, especially when you're doing these short competitions. So I'd say all in all, like that was good. That was good. It's a good competition. We took some interesting trades right here. People could see, you know, how we managed the trades and how, you know, on that NASDAQ tried to save that trade. And yeah, good.
What were the accounts? Were they boot camp?
It was a boot camp. It was horrible leverage. And if gold would let me take an entry, I normally had an entry right here. That was my entry, but I had the Euro USD running, and it didn't let me take it. Otherwise, Mike did this 3 times. Yeah.
Oh.
I like
all
how
right, guys. I'm gonna.
I like how Boyd was saying, "Someone unplug Jonatan's PC. Don't betray us."
Well, that was a good challenge, Anastasiia. That was really fun. I'm gonna go get some lunch, and I got a couple of videos to record, and I will be back. I will be back later today with you guys for some more trading.
Thanks, Jonatan.
Man.
It was really fun. Thanks a lot.
All right, take care.
Take care.
Are you going?
But didn't you leave me? Like, who?
Obviously. Anastasiia, you sticking around, or do you need to dart off as well?
I'll need to go. I'll need to leave you here. I need to. Are you alone today, Mike, or are you gonna someone?
I'm not. I've got LJ joining me in a little while, so LJ will be with me in a little while. So it's all good. It's all good. But I will see you tomorrow for our usual session on a Thursday.
Will do. Yeah.
Good stuff.
Okay. So I hope you survive and they stop making the noise upstairs.
Yes.
Let you trade in peace.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Enjoy the win.
Thank you. I will. I'm really enjoying this. Thank you everyone for joining me today, and I'll leave you with amazing Mike. See you tomorrow.
Thanks, Anastasiia. Alrighty, guys. I am just going to quickly reset, and I've got a little bit of a trade that I want to show you from yesterday. So give me a sec, and I'll be right back right after this. There we go, guys. Alrighty. What's happened to the layout here? Hang on a second. Let's just think. Oh, no. That's not a good one. I see that, guys. I asked Jonathan yesterday about any tips for makeup after his, pink lips and everything else. He didn't have any tips, so I don't think it is. Oh no, that's terrible. Oh, that's even worse. That'll have to do. That'll have to do. Maria, do you know what? That intro, it doesn't matter what is going on. If I'm having a bad day, that intro just gets me in the right mindset to take on anything. So yeah, couldn't agree more. How are you guys doing? Let's get some music going in the background. It's a bit too loud. Apologies for that. Clearly Jonatan hasn't played any music all morning, otherwise that sound wouldn't have been so loud. Let's get into it, shall we? This was a trade, actually. So this was one that I took, and this was the trade that I was going to hold. I didn't hold it. I actually closed it here, believe it or not. The reason being was because I had a couple of meetings and a couple of calls, and I just didn't have time to watch it and monitor it. Could I have just let it run? Probably. But yesterday I just wasn't in the right frame of mind. There were so many different things that I was working on outside of trading that I just didn't have the mental capacity to think to myself, right, let me just let this run, let me go, what have you. So yeah, really nice trade. Basically, main reason for it was if we look at it, this was our news candle. So this was the CPI candle yesterday. If we look at it on the 1 minute, let's go. There we go. The 1 minute, it formed this massive engulfing candle. Now, if you look at just this this wick here, this wick basically took out the entirety of this whole kind of cluster of orders. Now, what's that? 22 minutes worth in 1 minute taken out. So for me, that was a clear indication that we were going to be going higher. Now, could I have tried and chased it when it went on here? Yeah, I could have done. But normally what I would go for is I would go for some kind of entry whereby we're coming back to retest the wick. I did actually have a separate entry idea of actually coming in here because this was the previous high prior to the previous high wick prior to us moving up. So I did expect us to come down and test that. So my entry could have been even better down there, but real entry, kind of conservative entry, was coming in and retesting that wick in what form it might do it. Came down, tested it once, so it took me in, chopped around, came back down, pushed on up again, and it was around about here that I closed it. So I mean, it was still a win, but certainly could have been a lot better. How did it play out? Well, you can see on the 15-minute, look at that. Came up, and the reason I had it marked out was because we had a 5-minute level here, and sure enough, it came and took that liquidity, as you can see, pushed back down, and it's been chopping around ever since. So would have been a beautiful trade had I held on to it. Alas, it wasn't to be. But yeah, it's just one of those things. Now, you might ask why on the 5-minute. Come on, my mouse doesn't want to play ball with me when I'm doing these things anymore. Why was it that this particular dip, so this one here, why didn't that hold? Because it came and it retested the wick. So surely it should be right. Okay, it's come down, it's retested, and off we go, right? Now, the thing is that if you look at the 15-minute, what happened was that dip that it created, where it tested that wick, it created an inside bar, which creates major liquidity. So that major liquidity then becomes a level that's really important for price. And so what happened was price came down on the 15-minute, took it, and then created this massive engulfing candle and shot straight up. So that would have been one to kind of watch out for as you see it play out, as you see it form. You see that there's an inside bar, so therefore you've always got to be, keeping one eye on it. and being aware of the fact that price can come and take that before then moving up. At the moment, it does look like we may have a bit more bullish momentum coming in. This is on the NAS. So as you can see here, we had this bullish engulfing candle just on the 35-minute, on the half an hour exactly. So again, pushing us up. This is going to be our resistance area. So as long as we don't see any kind of wick rejection or anything like that when we get here, then we could still be going long. We have got some nice major levels of liquidity to target in here, and I believe, yep, in here as well, the wickless candle. So we've got some nice areas there, and we also have the 351 level. The 351 level, I think, is it a daily? Yes, it's a daily inside bar. So you can see that there. This one here is a nice big area where we would expect price to react from once it's taken this level here. So that's what I'll be looking for, price to come and target. So possible longs on the NAS, little bit tricky given the time of day and the fact that we haven't had New York open. New York can tend to pull back down before we go up, but yeah, we'll see. Possible one to keep an eye on. Maybe look for a retest of this wick here, and then look for buys. That would be a nice confirmation to go further. Let's see what's in the chat. 3167. I guess you're talking about gold, so I'll come on to gold in a second. UK swing trader, talk us through the best winning trade and the worst losing trade. Oh my goodness. Best winning trade I had was last year, I think it was, and it was a CHF JPY, and I'd been waiting for it for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. It was like a swing trade, but I was determined to get in on it on the on a kind of intraday position, and it ended up being like a ridiculous, something like 100 something R, and just let it run, and it basically got me funded with one trade on a hyper growth account. So yeah, that was the best one. Worst one would have been when I was in hospital a couple of years ago. If you checked out the ABL stream this morning, go check it out. We were talking about Mental Health Awareness Week. So I shared a little bit of background to my story, and yeah, I talked about kind of probably my worst trade, and my worst losing trade was in hospital, trading from my phone, trading gold, not really knowing what I'm doing, in a terrible mental state, and yeah, just absolutely destroyed. Yeah, basically that was I ended up with the worst trade. So yeah, short but sweet. Hopefully that answers your question, swing trader. If we take trades with you, does it come under group trading, which is prohibited by the 5ers? Azim Ahmed Khan, I'm going to tell you one thing and one thing only. Do not take trades with me or any other trader that you see on this stream. That is not something that we encourage or recommend. It does not come under group trading, but it is also something that we do not encourage you to do. This is not a signal service. This is not a hey guys, take this trade, take that trade. That's not what this is about. Okay, this is about showing you guys what we're looking at, showing you guys what we're seeing, and making your own decision, making your own judgment on that. Don't go trying to copy my trades or anybody else's trades. Last week I had 2 people complain to me because I gave 2 gold trade ideas that I was taking, and then they complained saying that they'd blown their accounts because they took the trades. Now, first of all, if you're going to blow your account taking 2 trades, copying somebody else, there's a problem with your risk, right? But secondly, it's my strategy, it's my entry, it's my visibility on what I see on the market. If you don't know how to, manage your risk properly and all that sort of stuff, then you're going to blow your accounts. So please don't go chasing signals. Understand the markets, learn and gain an education, yeah, make sure you You're trading your edge and your way, right? Greg's asking, quick question. I see you drawing levels and taking trades below them. Was that to me, Greg? I'm not sure. Let me know. I'll come back to you. Mr. Silver's asked, Mr. Silver, why are you asking about gold? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, exactly. See, Haresh takes every trade of mine, and look at the emoji that he's using. It's a little poo-poo head. That's all you need to know. You know, if you're copying my trades, it makes you a poo-poo head. Oh dear. So yeah, there you go. So right, so there's a couple of requests for gold. There's a request for pound JPY, and I guess, Greg, is that a question for Naz? I'm not sure. Is that right? I'm not sure. So all right, if we're looking at Naz, so really simply, guys. Okay, I don't want to bore you because that's not what this stream is all about. Okay. If you want to go get bored, go watch some paint dry. I look at three key, what I call major levels of liquidity, or what I define as major levels of liquidity. They act as a greater magnet than other levels. Every candle, whether it be bullish or bearish, has liquidity sitting in it. If it's a bullish candle, the liquidity is at the top of it. If it's a bearish candle, it's at the bottom, right? Because it's moving down, so therefore the liquidity sits at the bottom of it. When the low gets taken of a bearish candle, that's the liquidity taken, and you could have, like, let's say, for example, a sweep, and you're heading up. On a bullish candle, the high gets taken, and you get a bearish candle. Again, that's a sweep of liquidity. That's kind of the essence, right? Now, any candle has liquidity in it. The major liquidity is where you have three things. An inside bar. So an example of that would be this one here. That inside bar there, as you can see it on the 5 minute. This one here, it hasn't taken the high and it hasn't taken the low. Okay, it's the entire candle that I'm talking about. The next one is this one here, and that is a wickless candle. So in other words, the high and the open, or the high and the close, or the low and the close. Essentially, the high or the low is exactly the same as the open or close of the candle. That is a wickless candle. So there is no wick there. It means that price shot immediately down and didn't kind of just validate the levels above it. Also can be described as an imbalance of some sort. And then the third one is perfect equal highs or equal lows. So let's say, for example, I don't know if we're going to find one because they're more rare, but you would be looking for, actually that might be one. Is that one there? No, that's not one. Basically, you'd be looking for two candles with the exact same price at the low or at the high. And then what I do is I mark them out. So I would mark them out and I'd be looking for those levels. I mark them out with different color schemes. So anything up to 15 minutes, excluding 15-minute is black, then orange, green, light blue, dark blue, purple, right? So depending on the level, the time frame, it gives it greater strength or less strength. This one up here is a daily one. Ordinarily, if I had a lot of time to mark out my charts and do full analysis, I'd be labeling all of these to say what time frames they're on, so I get a better understanding. So yeah, that's basically what I'm looking for. And then what I'm looking for is I'm looking for retests of key areas. Key areas look like this. Let's go to the 4 hour and let's see what we can find. So these areas that I've got marked out, you can see again using the same color scheme, I'm looking for retests of areas. So if, for example, if I was going to look for a key area, this would be a key area. Why is it a key area? One fundamental reason: you had an engulfing candle to the upside, and this wick swept everything in its path behind it, right? So it took these, and what it did was it rejected this inside bar level, saying, we'll come back for that later. We don't need it right now. Then what I'd be looking for is I'd be looking for a retest of this wick. retested that wick. At the moment, you can't really see anything on the 4 hour, so this wouldn't have been an easy one to take hold. But we're still in that area. What we would then be looking for is we'd be looking, right, we're in here. Okay, hang on a second. We can see this nice wick rejection on the 1 hour. So we can zoom in and say, right, okay, this one here is a nice area. Let me just push that to the back, and let me push that to the back so you guys can see it better. So this wick rejection, price has come back down. It's been a big bearish candle, but it's rejected down. Created an inside bar. Price came down, left this level here. That may, yeah, so you had this level here as an inside bar. Price came down, took the low of it, came lower, and then you had this retest. So then you had a nice entry potentially on the 1 hour. Take it down to the 15-minute. What would it have looked like? 15-minute looks even better. We've then got this candle here. This one here. Drill it down, lower time frame. Again, that wick rejection that we were talking about, coming back down. You could have had an entry here, or you would have had an entry here. So if I'd seen this, I would have probably gone for something like that. Stops below the low, and then going up to the next area, for example, as a minimum target. But this trade could have been, I mean, this one in particular could have been monumental. That's a 10R just on its own, just there. So yeah, that's what it looks like. Does that answer your question? Hopefully it does. It's not ICT. I have never studied ICT. ICT, some people love it, some people hate it. I have no problem with ICT traders. I don't know the concepts. I've never studied it. My stuff apparently looks similar. If it does, great. I've never studied it. Mine is based on my own back testing and understanding how the markets move. Works on all different assets. But ICT, the big thing to know about ICT, guys, is that the concepts can work theoretically, right? The understanding of how a market moves and everything else, yes, okay. But it is not the algorithm of the market. That is a lie. It is just another way of looking at how the market moves and trying to identify technical structure and what have you to identify an edge. The guy himself creates so much controversy and is so outspoken that then creates problems for traders who believe in him and then the other traders that don't. So my advice to you, don't get drawn into it. Don't get sucked into the whole, you know, do you ICT or not ICT? It's not relevant. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is your edge and how you see the charts. That's the only thing that matters. If you can see sense in what ICT teaches, follow it. Great, do it. If you can't, then go and find something that does make sense. Don't try and chase somebody else's, you know, promise of millions and all this sort of stuff, because it's not realistic. Okay, please, I beg of you. So don't go following signals. Don't go trying to, you know, profess that ICT is the be all and end all and the only way to trade. It's not. There's endless ways to trade. You just got to find the one that works for you. Right, gold. Let me just clear this from my chart. Let's go have a look. Gold. I was talking earlier with Jonatan and Anastasiia. To me, looks like it's going to go short. Reason being is, if we take it out to the hourly, we can see I had all these levels of liquidity marked out from yesterday. We still have this level up here, which is a 15-minute inside bar and a bunch of others. What's probably holding us up is this area here. And that actually suggests longs on the 15-minute. Sorry, on the 1 hour. You've had a wick rejection. You've had one engulfing candle, a second engulfing candle, retesting that area. So it does look, on that time frame, it does look good for longs. Go up a time frame. The bigger the time frame, the more powerful it is. We then start to see something heading in the opposite direction. We have got, for example, an engulfing candle to the downside here, right? So this one suggests that we've got bearish momentum. This one struggled, so this is kind of where price is not entirely sure. So we start to go and look at the other time frames. At the moment, it's basically consolidating and contracting down. But for the most part, if you look at it, for example, on the 7-hour, let me just get rid of that one. It's a nice engulfing candle to the downside. This one's holding it up. This is why we're bouncing, right? Again, here you can see engulfing to the upside, downside, upside. This one didn't take the high, so less powerful. 9-hour has left this here, and sure enough, this is also now turned into a higher time frame liquidity level as well, because it's a 9-hour inside bar. But so far in this area, we haven't strongly rejected from this zone. Again, we're kind of slowly kind of accumulating this support, but it's not being particularly convincing. Up here, we now have this as an 11-hour inside bar. Sorry, a 12-hour inside bar. 14 hours as well. So I'm not entirely convinced that this is long yet. It is suggesting that it will be, but I actually think we're going to go short. The reason being is that if you look at it and zooming out, we have this cluster of liquidity from the middle of April. It's about a month ago, and it is still sitting there. Hasn't been touched, hasn't been captured. And I believe that price is going to be drawn to that. If you look at yesterday was an inside bar on its own. So again, liquidity either side of it. So what's most likely to happen is price will form a position down and take this area, and then I'd be looking for the next reaction for buys. Probably I'd be looking for this area here in blue, because that was the last time that we pulled back down. So that would be an area to think about for potential buy reaction. It would have taken all of this liquidity and then be pushing back up. So so there you go. Pound JPY, very quickly. Pound JPY on the daily, currently forming an engulfing candle to the downside. So looks like at the moment it's short on the day. That doesn't necessarily mean it's suddenly changing direction, because what's it reacting from in here? There's nothing here, because it's broken this structure here. So why would it suddenly pull back down? So this one, given the time of day, given where we are, you've got to zoom down and see what do we have on other time frames. Let's have a look. So we do have it engulfing to the downside on the 11-hour. We have pulled back down somewhat. What do we have on lower time frames? We have an inside bar there, and we have a wickless candle there. So already we've got a magnet, we've got something pulling us. Let's see, what else have we got higher up? We don't have anything clearly suggesting anything to target except for this one here, but it was already taken. You see how it was that 11-hour was taken and it shot straight down. So other than that, there's nothing higher up. So you may well see some sells come in actually on pound JPY at the moment. Pound has been quite strong for quite some time, since basically the 9th of April, as you can see there. So it does probably need a little bit of breather. Let's go to the 8-hour. Yeah, I think you probably, if you're looking for an opportunity on pound JPY, you look to appear to have some, certainly this area here. It's just a question of where do you get in? Where do you get in on it? You could look for a break and retest entry on this move down. If this is the end of the move now, then you could be looking at coming in at a 50% level here. So maybe something like that as a possible break and retest. That one won't give you as good a risk to reward, but it would take you down to this area. You could theoretically take it down to these ones here. if you're going to try and take a more detailed entry, we can see that we've got liquidity on the 15-minute here and here, right? 2 inside bars. So those 2 inside bars are going to be targets for price to come and react to. Interestingly enough, it's also around the 6180 level. So if we zoom out a little bit more, let's see, can we find an area of interest where price might react from to give us that confirmation? Probably, let's have a look. You probably want to see potentially price come in and take this first one and leave this second one. You might see an entry come in there. If you see an entry come in there, then your other trade idea could be something as tight as that, and then you are then essentially going for the same break and retest profit level. So all you're doing is you're simply taking the break and retest in terms of a trade idea, but then looking for a tighter entry and a better risk to reward. That's a 40R. So that's another example. These are trade ideas. These are not necessarily trades that I'm going to take, because I would want to see how price plays out and what it does when it gets to those areas. But this is just, what can I see? What's a potential area? So you could have that 50% level that I mentioned. You could also have that 6180 level. Those are ones to consider. You could also end up with price coming all the way back here and retesting this wick, but that's less likely because it's already been tested once, as you can see there. So you see how you've got this kind of really strong area. You had highs taken there, engulfing candle pushed down, came in, and if we look at it, the high of that candle was respected, and we then got another engulfing candle to the downside. So realistically speaking, on pound JPY, I'd probably be looking for sells in and around there. How long are you trading a funded account? Is it worth investing in Bootcamp Challenge? Chartran, I have been trading for 2.5 years. I've been funded 6 times. I haven't had a payout. Every time I've been funded, I've blown the account within a week, 2 weeks, and a couple of times within a month, trying to chase that payout and blown it. So yeah, Bootcamp is worth it if you take it seriously. So Bootcamp is the best value for money in terms of getting a large amount of capital to trade with, but don't go trying to gamify it or pass it in a day or something. It's just not going to work. So make sure you're kind of approaching it in the right way. Let's see. Do I think that GU is going to go any higher? Let's have a look. GU going higher is, yes, it's theoretically, of course it's theoretically possible. I haven't updated my chart here, so all of this has already been taken. The thing with GU is, again, the pound has been really, really strong, and it just can't sustain it. There's nothing to suggest why the pound would be so strong. So yeah, for my speech earlier on, mate, I'm confused. Oh, okay. You are most welcome, Raphael, mate. You are most welcome. I sent you a DM on the ABL platform, so go check it out. Yeah, let me know. Those of you who don't know what we're talking about, I'll come back to that in a second. GU, you've got this level here as an inside bar on the daily. So you would then want to know, right, okay, it looks highly likely that it's going to come and try and take this level. Then let's go down and let's look and see, right, where could we react from? It's liquidity on multiple time frames. So let's keep looking. You could see on the 11 hour, you could see a reaction from up here, for example. And you drill down and you see where it's going to play out. So yeah. Do you trade with your own money now, or are you funded? So I'm not funded at the moment, Maria. I don't have significant capital to trade my own money at the moment. So I am on a 5K high stakes at the moment, which is 2% drawdown at the moment, which I've been trading since last week. So yeah. Gold, I've spoken about gold, Vishwana. So within the last 20 minutes or so. So if you go back on the stream, you'll catch it and see my initial thoughts on gold. Jones, Emmanuel, a guide on how to have proper mindset and walk us through on psychology. Okay. Emmanuel, I've got a better idea. Go and check out this link on the screen right now. thealphabetalab.com. Go and check it out. Go and sign up. It's completely for free. Okay. Why want you to do that? I want you to go in and I want you to go and check the courses that we have. We've got 3 courses live at the moment. And then we've got a workshop with Dirk as well. Okay. Go and check it out. Right. The one that I want you to go and check out is the Controlling the Monkey Mindset, or the Monkey Mind. Okay. Go and check that out with Louise Bedford and tell me what you think. Come back and tell me what you think. Completely for free. Not going to cost you a penny. We've got over 1,000 members now. We are now at how many members? We've got 1,046 members. So we are going to be doing a giveaway in the next week or so, where you can get yourself a 1-to-1 1-hour session with none other than Rich, the performance coach from the 5ers. So we're just working out the specifics of the mechanics of how we're going to do it. And yeah, we're going to announce that shortly or soon on the ABL channel. So come join us. There's loads of stuff in here. I've been talking about Mental Health Awareness Week this week. It is Mental Health Awareness Week in the UK. Yeah, it's an important topic. So if you aren't aware, make sure you come and join us. Yeah, I'll be right back after this, guys. I'll see you in a sec. So yeah, guys, come check it out. Every day I am posting a prompt for you to think about each day, related to trading, related to mental health as well. Here he is. Here's the man. How you doing, LJ?
How you doing, guys? Hello, everyone. How we going?
Good to see you, matey. Today's prompt, we were talking about it earlier this morning. We won't spend too much time on it because we spent well over an hour on it this morning. And I know you guys want us to look at the charts. But what is one experience in your trading journey, good or bad, that genuinely shaped how you view yourself? If you want to know more, go and check out the ABL stream that we had this morning. Once we're finished here, yeah, let us know. Let us know what's your kind of experience that you've had that really kind of shaped how you view yourself. So yeah, come check us out. We're also doing a thing this week where the theme for the whole Mental Health Awareness Week this week is community. So we've been asking everyone to tell us who is the person that you have kind of gone to help you bounce back when you've had a tough loss, or that you check in on. It can be somebody that's a trader as well. It can be somebody that's totally unrelated. We had one post the other day from Paul, I think it was, in the community saying that it was his wife, right? You know, he's made a decision to move away from his office job, and his wife acts as that, you know, even though she has no clue what he's talking about, she still acts as that kind of that accountability buddy, if you like. So let us know, who is it that's that is acting as that person for you. Anyway, back to the charts, because I know that's what you guys are interested in about. Elon Musk is in the house.
Holla, holla. Hello, everyone.
Somebody was saying the markets are slow today. The markets are slow today, Dobby, because there's no news. So it's a very technical day. There's nothing really going on to move things. So, you know, there's not a huge amount of stuff going on to suddenly decide what's gonna happen, right? But LJ, I don't know. Maybe you've spotted something, some little diamonds in the rough that our gold seekers can go and explore.
Yeah, so today a little bit slower, yeah. After we had some of the turnaround with the news around tariffs and trade talks, all that kind of stuff recently. We had a bit of strength in the dollar the other day, slight retracement on that yesterday, and so now I think we found the kind of bit of equal ground, equal footing, where things are kind of just a bit fair priced, to be honest. So, because you always got to remember, like, the underlying overwhelming drivers generally are still, you know, macro kind of landscape. I mean, that's why you look at data. That's why price moves off news events every single day. So basically seems on the balance of things right now, people are considering that current prices are about fair price for the current landscape. So we haven't really got too many surprises on the horizon at the minute either that you would be looking to price in. So yeah, today, like Mike was saying, it's sort of just a bit of technical trading, and more so on the short-term kind of time frames.
Most definitely.
So yeah, just play the range basically at the minute.
Yeah, absolutely. One asset that somebody was saying to me earlier that I just reminded myself of is Euro GBP. So the euro and the pound are kind of bouncing around against the dollar, but very often forgotten about as a pair in their own right. And if we zoom out, we actually had quite a drop against the euro versus the pound, as you can see here. And we've now finally started to find some support and managed to create this kind of breakout area on the 1 hour. So broken out of this area, pulled back down, possibly an interesting area now. If we go down to the lower time frames, what I was talking about earlier, we've got an engulfing candle on the 5 minute. We've got a respecting of that wick pushing on up. Down below, we have created perfect equal lows. We do need to be careful. There may well be another retest of that, but certainly looks like you could be looking for possible nice longs, maybe something like that, for example, taking us back into that area. That could be possibly a good one. You just need to be careful of whether or not this is now going to act as new resistance or not, given the fact that it bounced off it. But certainly if we look at it, you know, up here, you've got all sorts of liquidity all sitting in here, nicely bunched up. You've got another cluster of it up here as well. So, you know, if I was to mark this out and spend some time marking this all out, you'd see it would be like a rainbow of colors because of all the different liquidity levels. So there's definitely something for price to come and target and being drawn to as a bit of a magnet. So
yeah, Euro pound's been pretty weak for a bit, like you're saying.
Yeah, looped, I don't know what that means. Cheat bro manipulated gold going up. I don't understand. What do you mean? Does that make sense to you, LJ?
I don't know. Is he implying that he believes gold should have kept moving lower and it's flipped and started reversing? Perhaps, I guess. I will say that no one is cheating you, my friend. The market is a very, very, very big ocean with many people in there. So if that's what you're seeing in price, and that's what the market is agreeing at the moment for today's price. So amen to that.
Maya says, I often watch Tom Dante videos when I'm having a losing streak or to bring me back to the track. Very, very good idea. Same with the Mark Douglas videos. There's loads out there. For anyone interested, we are working on a neuro-linguistic programming course for ABL. We've got it recorded. We're just now putting all the edits together and what have you. So we're going to hopefully have that coming very, very soon. So keep your eyes peeled. And once that's ready, then we'll be announcing it in the AlphaBeta lab. Also really, really good. Very, very helpful. So worth checking. Karen...
How are we doing?
Sorry. I don't know. No, it's all right.
I was just saying hi.
Karen hates the fact that gold has been raging for quite some time. Do you know what? Gold will range and range and range, and all of a sudden it will catch you off guard. So just stick to your plan, stick to your edge, stick to your assessment and your analysis, and wait for the right moment, wait for the right time. So yeah, wait for price confirmation at the fair value gap on the 1 minute time frame. Oscar, you're gonna have to remind me, what were you referring to? Between order flow and smart money concept, which is more advanced and profitable to trade with? I have absolutely no idea. Future tune. You can make money with this is my view. You can make money with any strategy you want, right? You can. The one thing that's going to stop you is you, and only you. And there are complicated strategies, and there are simple strategies. There are swing strategies and intraday strategies and scalping strategies. There are loads of them. But the only person that's going to determine whether they are truly profitable or not is you, by back testing and then following the plan and sticking to it. That's my view. What do you think, LJ?
Yeah, as far as which is more, I'm trying to find where the comment was on my thing. Can't see it. Was it order flow and things, right? As far as order flow and stuff, that's probably slightly more advanced as per your question. Which is more profitable? Either can be. It depends how you take the tools that you have and what kind of sculpture you build. If you want to get into order flow, that sort of thing, I mean, you can start, looking at futures and that kind of stuff, and you start getting options data coming in, 25 delta risk reversals, your implied volatility versus realized volatility. So you can start building out a really sort of more complex framework if you want, and using that as trade signals. The other thing to always remember with certain degrees of order flow, especially in FX, you're never going to get a perfect view of order flow. Even level 1, level 2 pricing, it's not going to show you everything. Even in stocks, because even though they go through an actual exchange and you can filter that and quantify that a lot more, but there's plenty of dark pools, all that kind of thing. So as far as FX, when you see things like level 2 pricing, that sort of stuff, or certain levels of volume, there's volume kind of metric indicators, that kind of thing, it's going to be relative to whatever liquidity providers your broker has. So no one's going to have everything, so it's not going to be a perfect picture. So just always remember, you got to take it with a slight degree of salt and realize that there is a little bit of variance in the true values. So you take it rather as an indication, a lean for you to formulate ideas, not as like direct, some like pure statistic or something. That's just the important part to remember with that. As far as smart money concepts, yeah, look, if you like it and makes sense to you, you're able to build something out of that, then go for it. It's clearly a very popular approach in recent times. I mean, there'd be a further thing to go into that of how it works and why certain things work and why other things are a bit I don't want to talk bad about it, maybe a bit silly. But yeah, look, if it works and you can create something that's profitable, that's what matters. So back test, forward test, all of that stuff, you'll figure it out.
Yeah, exactly.
And always remember, like, it doesn't have to be complex. You can make very simple things. The whole keep it simple, stupid. type thing, and you can be very profitable if you enjoy doing the extra work and maybe the intellectual game of figuring these things out, like say, you know, pricing options and all sorts of things, and you actually enjoy that, then great. But most people will be like, oh, this is really annoying, too much workload, I could rather just buy and sell and build something else simple. So yeah, exactly that.
Matteo is saying that GU is selling off. It certainly is on the 5 minute. Potential break and retest on that 5 minute. Probably need to readjust the analysis of it. If you look at it on the 1 hour, we've broken out of this area here and pushed on up. I still believe that we've got legs to go higher, although that does go against that suggestion of Euro GBP going long. So tricky one to consider. Pound JPY I looked at earlier, DJ, about half an hour ago. So if you want to go back and have a look, I looked at that already. Gold, Palav. Looked at gold earlier. Looking at it again, it is ranging on the 1 hour. It is ranging on the 5 minute. It is not doing anything. So sit on your hands and wait. Use the time to backtest, use the time to analyze, use the time to understand where you think there is going to be an opportunity for a trade. Don't just try and jump into something and think, oh, it's going up, right, open up a trade, buying it. Understand your edge, understand your opportunity, and trade it. Greg saying you can learn different you can learn different strategies, but if you don't have the mental capacity to trade it, best to define your own strategy that reflects you. Exactly that. Links in exactly to what I was saying earlier. You know, you've got to find what works for you. I can look at this chart, right, and I can say certain things about it, about how I see it and how I view it, right? I can zoom out and I can look at the 1 hour chart and I can see certain things about it, right? But I look at all these colors and they don't bother me. Somebody else looks at them and they go, hell no, no thank you, right? If you look at LJ's chart would have a bunch of these on it, right? Now, not that color or anything else, but it would essentially have some of those on there. It would have some other stuff on there, right? It makes sense to LJ because LJ has gone and backtested it, and LJ has gone and studied it and learned it, and he's made money from it. So it is, you know, it is up to you to decide what you see easiest as an opportunity when you look at a chart. If you see things easier when it's a clean, naked chart with nothing on it, go with that. If you prefer to have indicators and things like that to give you that confluence, go with that. Go with what works best for you. The charts are like a piece of art. Everyone looks at it in a different way and takes something different from it. You've got to understand what is your interpretation of it, and go and check it. Go and validate it. Prove, you know, if you can prove that your assessment of the structure of a chart is right however many number of times out of 100, then you've got a win rate. You've got a potential win rate based on backtesting. Simple as that. Catherine, I have no idea what you're selling, but thank you ever so much for sharing. Jam trade, Bitcoin. Bitcoin is down slightly on the day, but pretty much holding its own. We do appear to be a little bit of a kind of a contraction area, most likely before we decide to go higher. We've left yesterday as a bit of an indecision day where we contracted down with price leaving liquidity either side of it. So there is liquidity on either side of it there. So worth to just keep an eye on it. Probably we're going long. If I was going to be putting a bet on it, which I'm not, and this is not a signal, but I'd be probably looking at going long on Bitcoin, because there's a lot of bullish momentum on it.
Yeah, we've been watching for a while, talking about the past couple of weeks since bottoming. I've continued to say I think it's bullish long.
Yeah.
Don't think we're going to get another big drop, and I think we got a good shot at running for highs and breaking, to be honest. And particularly, the question was basically this 100 to 104.5 area where we are now. How we've sat up here is looking confident. You got to see a further push, but this is basically the test area, of course. So, but per the structure we've currently got, it's looking quite good, to be honest. So, yeah, keep an eye on that one. It's a similar deal, you know, with stocks and everything. Like, we're just, the momentum has really come back and sort of sticking as well. It doesn't seem fragile, which is good.
Exactly that. Exactly that.
What else we have?
Words of wisdom. GU will definitely go higher. Those are not words of wisdom. Those are words
No, they're not.
words of certainty that are never wise in trading. Will GU go higher? Eventually, at some point, it will. But when? That is the question. And really, only the markets will tell us that. Euro USD. Let's go have a look at Euro USD. I haven't looked at that today. Euro USD doing something similar to pound USD. So if we look at it, again, broken out of this range, this horrible range. Look at it. That's just disgusting, isn't it? Let's take it up to here. Let's see, what do we got? Potentially longs coming in at the moment. Certainly room for us to go higher, I would say, potentially up to this area, but we've got a kind of a real change of direction area in here. So I would be cautious. It hasn't taken this level yet, this one here, and that's what I'd want to see it taking before any sells. So looks long to me, potentially. And then UJ, if we're looking at another USD pair, UJ has actually gone higher than I was thinking it would go. I was expecting it to react from here. It's pounded through on Monday, come up and taken these levels up here. As you can see, it's then reacted off on the 4 hour on one of the zones that I had marked out earlier. And why did I mark it out earlier? It was because it was a previous zone of interest where we had an engulfing candle to the upside. It was retested. It was retested again. So it becomes an interesting area of support or resistance for price to bounce from. Now selling off, and I think we probably will start to see some bearish momentum into the dollar. Let's back that up with
bearish moves into dollar, you reckon, Mike?
Yes.
Interesting.
Not long term, but into if you look at it on the hourly, yes, we're into this area, but we've still got more. I think we've still got more room to come down to this kind of area here.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's my thought. Could be totally wrong, but we'll see. Pedro said to short the JPY pairs yesterday. Okay, interesting. I didn't catch that. Pedro's a better trader than I am, so Pedro would know. He didn't say that. Oh, okay.
My look at the dollar and such. So, like we had from early in the week, we were talking about stream. Sat long, Euro Aussie. Same with into CPI last night, and the pound. Sat through them. Ran up to highs. So the level we bottomed out as support, that was perfectly into the 50-day moving average, like I was looking for on euro dollar, for instance. Rallied up perfectly into my retracement point as well at 112.50, with just a nip over that, which is right where the daily resistance level is today. As far as pivot points, so from here, I think we actually come off. I think we've had the retracement. I think higher, I think there's a fair shot that we get a return lower and further strength in the dollar. As far as the dollar index, I'm seeing the same thing as well. The point we pulled back down to today is perfectly on the 200 moving average on the 1 hour and the S2 pivot point. And so we've settled very nicely there and started coming up. So that is my outlook. I think we're actually done as far as dollar weakness for today. I mean, over the next 15 minutes, you might get a little bit of a lip up, but I don't think we're crushing any new highs after the run we've already had.
Interesting. So you reckon Euro USD is done? You reckon we're gonna see a pullback?
Yeah, and especially just like I think there's a readjustment, a bit of a rotation as far as the macro standpoint, because that's sort of what's the primary driver between all this stuff. Like that's how we got from 104 to 115, right? And now we've had a bit of an unwind, only marginally from that, which was the run up was in part due to the sort of dumping or sidelining or trying to diversify US assets. Now it's pretty clear the regular day-to-day regime is not dead. So sitting up here, you have to ask, like, are these sort of fair value prices? Not sure, because per the prior conditions, we're sitting down lower. Now I think 104 was probably a bit undervalued for the euros, probably more 106, 106.50 at the time. Per the new changes, I think anywhere up towards 115 really is a bit much. Probably something more in the vicinity of, if we're talking a range, a new range would be somewhere like 109 to 112 and sort of bang around in there. So I think we've got some legs to come lower. And that's on the assumptions that the continued developments in trade policy, trade talks, or the de-escalation of various wars and that kind of thing come into play. And they actually follow through. The one that's dragging their legs is the Eurozone, right? So if that continues, and I don't see it changing anytime soon, I think that's going to get further priced in. And then that's also going to affect how like the ECB, like what range of decisions they can possibly make going forward. They're going to be far more limited to some capacity than other central banks, which have now kind of got clarity on where things are going moving ahead. Yeah. So I think that will come into bite. And so for the moment, unless something material changes the current thing we have right now, I would prefer to sell any of these kind of rallies that we have rather than longing into them for that reason. We've still got a bunch of chop, don't get me wrong. So intraday, there are these kind of moves, but after we've had that sort of run up from the past 2 days, I don't know if there's much more height in it. As we've also got a compressing of volatility now as well, which if you check the at the money volatilities by options or anything for the daily, 1 week, 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, etc., they've all massively dropped. So the kind of ranges, the general ATR that we've been having, I think is going to compress. So once we get up here, I would expect that to be sort of it. So
obviously tomorrow we've got, a pretty busy day. I would say I wouldn't call it a big day, but we've got a busy day in terms of news coming out. So we have unemployment rate coming out for the Aussie dollar. We then have GDP for the pound. So that's obviously going to be a key one for the pound. Then you've got unemployment or employment change for the Eurozone. And then you've got jobless and PPI, retail sales, all that lovely stuff for the US dollar. So tomorrow is going to be a choppy day with the news. Part of me wonders whether there's a certain amount of positioning going on in preparation for tomorrow, so that people can get their best possible positions to get the best possible price based on those, obviously making certain assumptions. An interesting one here is, for example, the expectation that the employment change year on year for Q1 is expected to go up by 1 basis point. That's a positive sign for the euro. Could it be higher? I doubt it, because the euro tends to be quite good. Thing about the euro is they're slow to do everything, but then everyone tends to be pretty good at predicting the euro price, not the euro price, the euro results before they happen. The consensus tends to be relatively on point.
Because
the US dollar is the one that
all the other countries, and then you basically just got to add them up.
Exactly.
So the eurozone one's already. Yeah.
Whereas the dollar one tends to be a little bit more volatile. The pound one can be as well. So that's certainly going to be potential for moving things around. The other thing I do want to look at is I just want to look at the strength scores. I haven't looked at these for a while, actually. This is one to bear in mind. Is right now on the daily, we can see that the USD is technically the weakest. It's not a massive amount of weakness, but the yen is very, very strong. And this is where I feel like we might start to see some of those moves. It's just a question of whether there is enough volume in the market to make those moves happen or not. There's no news to act as a catalyst, so it might be a slow day in that regard. Cosmos, we looked at Bitcoin about 10 minutes ago, so if you scroll back, you'll see what our views are on Bitcoin. But all in all, long. There you go. SPX, let's have a look. SPX, I would say we're still going long on this as well, which is also why I'm then feeling that we might have a weakness in the dollar. We had a lot of kind of positive sentiment towards this based on the trade talks, especially for the likes of Apple and such like, seeing things becoming a little bit more stable. If we look at it on the 4 hour right now, yes, we've got another hour and 20 minutes to go, but you can see it's creating a nice engulfing 4 hour candle to the upside, suggesting more bullish momentum coming in. For me, I'm still probably quite bullish on the indices. I just want to see us breaking these previous highs for us to confirm that. If we bounce off here, then given the fact we still have another hour and 20 minutes on the 4 hour candle, you might start to see a drop. But generally speaking, I still think we've got more room to go on the indices, at least up to the kind of pushing towards the 6,000 mark.
Yeah, so similar to Bitcoin, they've got that kind of challenge area right here. There is still a lot of positivity around it. This is the challenge area. Overall, I would still lean positive, bullish. Would I necessarily be jumping in just here? Probably not. That's the only caveat to that. Just on the basis of probabilities that you could get a bit of a dip after consistent rally. I think it's 5913 as far as the S&P 500. That's the 161% fib retracement from the initial peak drop we had from tariff tantrum, we'll call it, to that initial first sort of 10%-ish rally. So per that large rally, that'll be the 161 extension just there. So potential pause point. Doesn't mean it's dead or out of steam, but you could see a bit of a chill out for a couple of days and a bit of consolidation up here, basically, where you don't really go anywhere.
Yeah. I'm not sure what this you're referring to, Raphael, but I'm not seeing a bullish dollar right now. It doesn't mean that there isn't one coming or isn't going to continue, but right now I see a bit of a pullback, and I think just the yen is just much stronger, and you saw that on the strength scores. The yen is just much stronger right now. So yeah. And Daniel is saying New Zealand dollar, US dollar strong buy. It's a very bold statement. It was on the swings, but again, that also then suggests that we're going weaker against the dollar. Now, the problem with New Zealand dollar, US dollar, is that if you look at it, it's kind of, I mean, I don't even need to draw a fib to say that that's about the 50 mark of this move down, which broke this previous structure here. So I would be cautious about excuse me, suggesting longs here, especially given the fact that the way this reacted here. If you look here, you might see a further retest of this high, but given the fact that we had this structure formed and then it's broken out, I'd be looking for sells on this one. But that, I know that goes against my bias of what I said about the dollar, but the thing I don't like about the New Zealand dollar generally is that it just doesn't have the momentum. It doesn't have the moves that you would look for in something like a Euro USD or a USD CAD or any of those other big ones. I don't know. What do you think, LJ? You're closer to the New Zealand dollar than I am, both geographically and knowledge-wise.
Yeah. So I mean, it always depends what time frame we're talking about as well, guys. Because like often, generally when I'm speaking a sort of over the session or the day to the kind of 4-hour daily, getting an overall view, and then Mike's often talking about, 5-15 minutes, like the next half hour for
the next minute.
Hour. Or minute or something. The next 60 seconds.
Next 60 seconds.
For certain things. So sometimes as well, when you guys do ask a question, if you want further specific clarity, just sort of I don't know, maybe suggest what kind of time frame you're looking for to hold the trade, for instance. New Zealand dollar, Aussie dollar, on a relative basis, I think they will outperform, say, like the euro and the pound. If we do get any kind of strength or just holding up, I think the euro and the pound will have a number of days where they kind of come off, and say the Aussie dollar and New Zealand dollar are off, a fraction compared to them, or they're just flat. I think we'll get relative outperformance over New Zealand and Aussie dollar over the next while. I think Aussie dollar will now start outperforming New Zealand dollar on a relative basis. We've had all things come back to being level and positive and optimistic again. You've had the Australian elections go through, which was an absolute sweep, completely annihilated. So that gives the government basically complete full control, one of the biggest wins in history, to put through policy, all that kind of thing. So it means business has certainty. There's not going to be some kerfuffle and nonsense going on. It also gives them a lot more strength and ability to do work out through these trade deals and negotiations, all that kind of stuff. You've got progress on China. China is obviously Australia's biggest trading partner. Same with like New Zealand, very heavy with all the Asian countries there. So big boon for these guys down here. So on a relative basis, they should outperform. So I would say they've actually got a bit more height on them, and I think you could see a number of days where they end up higher. We start pushing to 65 on the Aussie dollar, whilst at the same time euro dollar maybe is going down into 111s, etc. So they may sort of dislocate from overall dollar sentiment that day. I think going forward, there's a fair chance of that. So
good stuff.
Heading towards last week high. I can definitely see that on New Zealand dollar, my man. Similar deal. I think after yesterday's performance and today it's holding up pretty well. I think there's a fair shot that Aussie will finally get a hold, a bit of a ledge up here, and start pushing back into 65s and actually start to hold those kind of levels and start trading in that higher band rather than these sort of low 64s to high 63s that we've had. We get more of a high 64s to high 65, 66 kind of area. So I do agree with long New Zealand dollar overall.
Just keeping an eye on Euro GBP. Hasn't really done that breakout yet. It kind of pushed up a little bit. It's come back down. It's taken the low, the previous 15-minute candle, whilst we've been talking, and we still have this high up here. So still looking decent. It's taken the low of that 15-minute candle, as you can see here. It's now retesting the wick here, which is retesting this wick. So still looks good for longs. As you can see here, this move is retesting this wick. At the moment, that 5-minute candle there also suggests a nice move up. As it's rejected the wick up here. We go to the 7 minute. The 7 minute looks really, really nice. We've got one engulfing candle, two, and we've got a third one that could form over the next few minutes, suggesting that move is going to be a solid one for Euro GBP. So one to keep an eye on there. If you are interested, then yeah, that's a nice 7 or 8R to keep an eye on. Not financial advice, not a signal. Please do not take my trades. Do your own research. If you come after me, I will come after you just as bad. Risk per trade, do you recommend for a 5K account? Impossible to answer that question, Akshay, if we don't know what kind of trader you are. If you're a scalper going with big risk to reward, there's a different answer than somebody who's a swing trader who's going to hold trades for ages, and it's impossible to say, right?
So generally, you want to consider it like this. So say we're going to assume you don't want to lose more than 10% total. Okay. So if that's the case,
5% in a day.
Yeah, 5% in a day or 10% total as an absolute drawdown. So if that's the case, you got to split out your risk. Assuming you've done a little bit of trading, you have a general idea of what kind of strategy going and a relative idea of the percentage of profitable trades, and then you multiply that by the percentage of profitable and losing trades, multiplied by how much you lose and how much you gain each time you take a trade, right? And then that'll give you a certain figure and tell you roughly what you should be risking. Because you take that and then divide it by that 10%, and you want to make sure that you've got a run that is long enough that you're not going to blow up, right? So, if you've got 50-50 and you took 2% risk on each trade, you've got 5 trades until you blow up. And the way to think about it is, it doesn't mean just because you take 5 trades, you lose one, the next one's going to win, and you're going to go back and forth like that, right? Same way you can flip a coin and you can get 3-4 heads in a row, and now you're down 8%, even though you've got a 50% probability of it being heads or tails, right? So that's the way you want to split it up. Like Mike said, depends on your strategy, depends on time frame. You're doing short-term stuff or scalping. If you're swing trading, often you'll take a little bit more risk, but that's also because you've got a much, much larger stop point, because you got to ride the waves of the market, and you've got a much longer time frame. So you're going to have far fewer trades over time. So therefore, on those trades, they do need to make up slightly more on a percentage basis. Generally, look, per trade, a good if you just want a general recommendation, could be something like 0.25 to 5, right? And a good way to think about it is, instead of loading up on one trade, take the smaller bites, and then realize through the day, like, there's going to be heaps of different trades you can take. So if you miss one, there's always another bus coming, right? Whereas if you ramp it up to 1%, you're very quickly going to start blowing out your account, right? And then you don't have all those buses lined up because you've lost your bus ticket. So that's what you don't want to do, right? Make sure you can always get back on the bus.
The thing with the high stakes account, right? The high stakes is incredibly popular because it's low cost. It's easy to get in, and potentially get yourself $5,000 funded amount, right? But the problem is that people look at it and they see, right, 3-day minimum profit, right, of 0.5%. And so they see it as a challenge to say, right, I'm going to get funded in 3 days. That is not the challenge, right? The challenge is to get funded, not to do it in 3 days. The 3 days minimum profit is to stop you from getting funded in a day or 2 days or 3 days. It's to slow you down, not to speed you up. But because you have high leverage, because that's what people want, that's what the market demands, so therefore the 5ers provide it, because they'd be a stupid business if they didn't, right? They provide what people ask for, but then people then go full tilt and they go all in and they try to, leverage to the gills to get the maximum, rewards. But the problem is that then the 5ers aren't going to really want you as a trader because you're going too high risk. So if you're going to go high stakes, don't kind of don't treat it as something that you need to get done as quickly as possible and just maximize the leverage. Use the leverage to your benefit, but don't go all out, because you're only doing yourself a disservice, and you're far increasing the likelihood that you're going to blow it. That would be my take on it. Maya, really good question. What do I prefer? I prefer high stakes because it's cheaper. I prefer hypergrowth because it's quicker, and I prefer bootcamp because it's a better disciplined approach with great value for money in terms of how much capital you can gain from it. Bootcamp's probably the best one, but it will take you longer, right? But bootcamp done well, bootcamp you can end up with, theoretically you could end up with 250 grand funded. I mean, and you're not really paying that much upfront to get that. Even 100 grand, you're paying $95 upfront to get 100 grand funded account. That is really, really good value for money. So they all have their benefit. It really depends on what kind of trader you are. If you're a swing trader, I would probably be going more for either hypergrowth or bootcamp. I don't think high stakes is the one to go for on that, because you've got the potential drawdown and everything else. But that's why you've got to be careful with your risk management as well. It really depends on who you are as a trader. If you've got really, really good self-discipline, high stakes can be great. It can be a really, really powerful tool to get you great leverage and to really be successful. But you've got to be careful, because it's that leverage. It's almost like shining. It's like putting gold in front of your hands, going, "Oh, shiny." Leverage, right? And it's just too easy. It's too tempting to go all in and say, "Oh, just if this one trade comes off, oh my god, I've passed." But you haven't, because you've still got to do another 2 days profitable of $25, etc., etc. So I can't say there's one that I prefer necessarily. It depends what suits your needs best. Ankit says bootcamp is best if you're an intraday trader who takes less than a 0.5% as risk. Possibly, but then you could say the same about high stakes. If you are a disciplined trader who trades in with those kind of parameters, high stakes could be incredibly profitable for you.
Yeah, so, and it depends if you got depends how good you are on your own personal discipline, because some people might, given the opportunity of 100 to 1 leverage, might go outside their rules because they've got the capacity, keep loading up on entries. Exactly. As the price goes down, they buy, and then they want to buy more and buy more because they believe the price is wrong and the market will recover. So that's another thing. If you're not 100% on that discipline just yet, or maybe most of the time you are, but you understand that sometimes you kind of go off track for a little bit, and sometimes it just takes one of those moments to blow you up. So that might be a good parameter to always keep you into that lower leverage, and probably for the bootcamp would be great for that, because you get that, but you still get a good size of funding capital that, even though it is lower leverage, you've got quite a sizable amount of capital that makes up for it. So they're also good, each of them are good, for slightly different strategies as well, like Mike was saying. High stakes is really good for scalping, obviously, depending how you structure the scalping. They kind of everything can work on everything, but there might be some that are slightly tilted to small differences. Yeah,
exactly that. This one's going to be interesting because we've still got an hour left on this candle on EG, so euro pound. It's actually pushing against me right now. It looks like
I'm bearish.
Take me out.
Yeah, I'm bearish.
It doesn't look great, if I'm honest. It looks like I might get taken out. We'll see. I mean, it's taken this low, which doesn't look great, and the way that 5-minute candle is closed doesn't look good either. We look at it on the 1 minute, it's also not wonderful, but the way that it started, this move here suggests I might be able to get out of jail because it started with this equal high. So we'll see, but that's still going to be a major level for price to come back and target. So so we'll see.
Yeah, I'm bearish it because I feel like the kind of moves we've had yesterday and then today, just a recovery after the big shift on the Monday. We've still got, I mean, it's all very heavily macro driven at the minute, just the same way we had all the huge price moves earlier from the Trump tantrums. We're still in that same thing, and we're doing an unwind and now a reshift of that and a rebalance. We just don't have the excessive speed, the velocity that we had before. So it's a bit more of a gradual drop of these things, right? Rather than an absolute 200-mile-an-hour car crash, okay? So I still see it as, yeah, just a sort of retracement after coming off pretty heavy. Then I think ultimately we've scoped down to 83.50 over the next coming bit. And that comes back to that same basis that the UK is progressing ahead in a number of these talks. They did cut rates. However, they also had 2 members opting to say, I don't want to cut. So that was part of the bullish sentiment that actually came out of the rate decision. Europe seems to be going the other way because the central bank is now signaling that, yeah, it looks like this is going to take longer for us to get something done. So we've got more potential risks ahead than others. So on that same divergence basis, I would be the seller at present.
Yeah. And it looks like I will be taken out of that
No,
trade.
mate, no. Survive.
Let's see. I was hoping that we would come back and retest some of this area so I could at least get out at break even, but it doesn't look like that.
Sorry
Wait,
for my counter analysis, but
you
I do want you to survive.
You didn't even open a trade and you already killed me. So, I mean, if I look at it on the 1 minute, this 1 minute candle here, yeah, there we go. They're out.
Yeah, there you go.
That one is a clear suggestion that we're going to go lower. So, so yeah. So, I don't know. Are you guys hearing that noise? I don't know if my microphone picks up the building noise.
Not at all.
I've got these what should be decent headphones, right? And they're noise cancelling everything else, covering my entire ears. The noise that's going on around me with banging and hammering and drilling and everything else is
Really?
honestly.
Fortunately, you don't have my microphone.
Oh, honestly,
Otherwise, that'd be terrible.
I was saying to the guys earlier, it feels like my head is a giant tooth and that I'm at the dentist and that the whole room is being drilled. So you can't hear that?
No.
Thank God for that.
You need those special wireless ones that, the tradies have, but are also actual wireless, not just muffs, but actually headphones that you can play music through, but still have the full,
That's what these are supposed to be, but I guess
I mean, like they've got the industrial level ones, right?
Yeah,
Versus
exactly.
On the bus.
I need the kind of ones that you put on a child when you take them to a Formula One of the old past years, not anymore, but when you used to take a child to Formula One. So yeah.
Indeed.
But alas,
Bring
there
back
we go.
The V10s.
So yeah. I'm just wondering whether we have, because we're coming up to the end of our usual session here, guys, but listen, Paul Jonatan has just been messaging us saying he's come down with a migraine whilst we've been here. So unfortunately, Jonatan probably won't be back today because when he gets a migraine, he gets them bad. So we hope that he's feeling better soon, but we should have hopefully Pedro rejoining us and Victor very soon as well. So we're just waiting for them to come in. I'm just waiting to try and see if I can find out when they are going to be joining us. Whilst we do that, gold has sold off. So gold, there you go, has broken down whilst we were talking. It's coming down for these lower levels area here. So it looks like it is going to come for this cluster probably of liquidity that we have from earlier on in April. LJ, do you want to just give your thoughts on gold in a wider perspective, whilst I just see where we may have Pedro and Victor joining us?
Yep, sure. Yeah, gold definitely looking for a further dip. I think we've got scope down to 3160 odd, at least probably. You know, like I was talking about before, we've had the big change in macro drivers. Everything's calmed down, all that sort of thing. I don't need to repeat it all again for you all, but that's basically what's now pulling gold back down. Obviously, got pumped into after the big lift from that, all the risk-off moves, that kind of thing. Rotations out of dollar-denominated assets, especially as bonds at the time were not working as properly, so they weren't working as protections. So you got to find something that is. That was also part of what drove the euro. Since we've had that unwind, we're seeing gold come off. We've obviously got that gap higher as well, but the momentum at the moment is still very strong. And I think we touched on it the other day. Gaps do normally get filled, but it's not always immediately or intraday. You'll see that more on currencies, on FX, but things like commodities and stuff, stocks, etc., can often, you know, gap and then not look back, and it can be days or a week or something like that, or 2 weeks or more, depending on why it initially gapped before you actually see that turn around. So I would see scope roughly down to 3160 kind of area. That's around the heads from the peak run up to there that we had before we had the first sort of dip. I think it was back to about 2980 or something, and then continued on from there right to 3500. That also coincides with the 50-day moving average, so that's a fair sort of pivot point there for it to maybe catch, and then from there, similar as we did the euro, get a reversal and potentially look at closing that gap. But for the meantime, it seems to be leaning on sells, as long as we've got continued good news out there. So
yeah, absolutely. We have got Pedro sitting in the wings, so he's just getting himself sorted with his screen share and all that sort of stuff, so he can come in and give you guys his pearls of wisdom and his analysis on the markets. Who was it? Somebody said that he was saying that that we should be shorting the yen, apparently. So although I think that was a joke, so I do believe he was looking at the yen pairs yesterday. So we do have Pedro coming in a second. So yeah, guys, all that leaves us to say is that is it from us for the AlphaBeta Lab for the time being. We'll be back right after this with Pedro. Victor's joining him in a little while as well. So don't go anywhere, and we will see you right after this.
All right, what's up, everyone? Welcome back, or good afternoon. Maybe we can just remove the AlphaBeta website on the website, just to open. Yeah, Mike, I don't know if you can do that or not. But yeah, welcome everyone. I'm here, so yeah, just ask some questions, guys. Any assets that you want to take a look at. Thank you, Mike. So yeah, feel free to ask me anything, and we can take a look at market together. To be honest, this morning has been quite busy for me. I just opened my charts like 1 hour ago. So I'm trying to see what kind of opportunities there are. But yeah, feel free to ask me anything. Okay, take a look at NAS. That looks nice. Look, if it isn't the most beautiful guy from The5ers. Thank you, Brun. All right, so let's start with NASDAQ. Hamed, just let me know also what you want to, what are you looking for on NASDAQ. So guys, if you do have any questions or any asset that you want me to take a look at, just to help me with your perspective, if you share a little bit, if you're looking for long, shorts, what time frame, that helps me to be more specific and maybe
help you more in terms of what you are trying to look at. But NASDAQ, what do we have on NASDAQ? Just delete all this. So NASDAQ, we continue quite bullish, right? So basically that's been ongoing for the last since the beginning of April, basically. And we carry on going quite bullish. Question mark is now, are you ready to go to all-time highs or not? Right, that's one of the questions that you can try to ask ourselves. And what kind of levels still around this, basically around here, like what kind of levels are still able to hold price down, or if there's any, our price will just naturally just continue to eventually go upwards. So basically the way I do that, I try to find where are potentially fresh orders still of potential levels of support resistance that may have held price in the past that potential can still be respected in the future. So price is approaching these highs in here. Basically that's, I think, where price is reacting right now, kind of within this supply here on the left. Above that, maybe then price can just naturally, if it starts breaking above this level, it can maybe naturally go slightly higher, and you are looking for 21,400 in my opinion. So let's see if price actually managed to break above this 21,345. If that happens, then you go slightly higher, and you'll see what will happen next. Something else that I like to do is, of course, pay a little bit attention to the approach of how price is moving, right? Because as a content trader, I try to look for weakness in the market before potentially catch the reversal. And weakness for me is definitely something like price starting to, for example, what we have here recently is quite strong, right? Basically, price anytime it goes up quite aggressively. It doesn't even almost have any kind of retracement. It just continues to create another leg up. I'm trying to see if price starts to slow down a little bit, okay? Kind of goes up a little bit, but as soon as it creates a top, it kind of goes down straight away after that. So that's something that I'm going to start paying attention. Usually don't really have any reversal before price actually starts behaving like that. And another point that I try to look after that is to try to see a little bit of a resistance level or double tops being created that can create some liquidity above it that eventually can lead into that reversal. In addition to that, I also try to see breaks of structure. Okay, try to see if price actually starts breaking some lows in here that potentially can start leading into reversal. So it's still early. We did manage to break slightly below that low today, so that can eventually lead into something in here. So that's something actually I track. So basically, when I start seeing movements like this, I keep an eye just to see if price managed to break the previous low or not. It doesn't mean that I'm going to jump into shorts. It's just something that I start accumulating or paying attention to in here. Ahmed mentioned probably buy. Okay, let me just take a look. Where from? Are you trying to find a retracement back to this level, somewhere in here, or are you looking for price to sustain above this structure and actually continue to go higher from here? Where are you looking for buys at this point on NASDAQ, or are you looking for a little bit of a deeper retracement and maybe back from where it was yesterday? Which level are you trying to find a buy order from? That would be a bit more of the question, because yes, maybe price could react a little bit from where it is now. It's kind of approaching that level of supply that I mentioned before, so that could kind of hold a little bit price or keep price down a little bit longer. But yeah, that would be actually one of the levels. Otherwise, I would be expecting price to continue to go a little bit more before eventually find new sell orders. So I'm curious to see how price actually may react a little bit from here today, to see if we're going to have a little bit of retracement or not. As in terms of manipulation, I do think that many people now are thinking about going long after the breakout once again. But maybe there can be a possibility of actually finding a little bit of selling pressure, maybe trying to go into this level first. So that's actually something that I'll be paying attention, literally just as we speak. Looks like a good rejection, to be honest. So a few levels. So if I'm looking for any shorts in here, I'll be looking potentially for a target around this level, and then waiting to see how price also would react around here. If I was looking for a long, almost like I'll be looking for price to come back into this level before looking for a long. I don't really like to trade kind of breakouts like this. It's not my style, but that can work as well. retest fair gap to the top, retest fair gap and to the top, or break the current structure. All right. Ahmed, it's saying that he shorted. So did you short NASDAQ right now? Yeah, gold. You can take a look at gold in a bit. Let's just finish in here. Lucas, I think that can be a good option. I think price could range a little bit until New York Open, and maybe can actually push down, similar to what he did yesterday. If you guys recall, I think yesterday it was somewhere in here. Price kind of make this move down, and then during the US Open, it just skyrocketed to the moon. So maybe that could happen. Now, situation that we can pay attention to as well, a little bit as a counter trend trader, right? 1 second, is that we are massively in an uptrend, in the sense that price is really extended at this point. I don't use any indicator, but most likely if you are looking at any RSI or something like that, maybe it's almost in a overbought kind of situation. Or even if you use any kind of standard deviation, maybe that's quite extended at this point, which means that we may be getting close a little bit, at least for some kind of retracement. Okay, I think that can be close to happen, and that can lead also into potential shorts in here before potential price just continues to push higher. But yeah, so for now, I think price could bounce in between these levels, could bounce a little bit in here, and from here maybe it could go higher. Even this level in here could also push higher during the US Open. If you start breaking below this level again, maybe in here can actually be a good short again, and we can start aiming potentially for yesterday levels. So that's something that I'll be paying attention to. But we'll see. We'll see what will happen. I think S&P, just finalizing here, I think S&P S&P didn't really manage to break these highs yet, but I think it could go a little bit higher as well before. Yeah, it's kind of somewhere in here. It could go slightly a little bit higher as well, maybe fake out the top before a potential move down. S&P actually may have respected this zone in here. Yeah, S&P could still take this top in here as well. I'll actually set up an alert in there to see what will happen. Yeah, and the Dow is moving a little bit lower, opposite to the other two. Yeah, the Dow is still working a little bit lower, and I'm curious about this level. Yeah, so that's basically what I'm going to be paying attention. I still continue to look at the US indices recently, and I'm going to continue, and I'm trying to find if there's a potential short in here on the indices. I still like maybe this level in here. I think somewhere around here price could still react from, so I'm paying attention to that. All right, yeah, you shorted, yes, in the fair value gap and inverse fair value gap. That's good. Yeah, what is your target, Hamed? What target are you looking for? Okay, so we are looking that maybe price can even fake out today's lows. That could be nice, and that could be nice. So basically fake out still this level in here, and then potentially go like this. This is something that has been happening a lot. Like we did that in here, we did that in there. I think even yesterday maybe some kind of manipulation in there as well. Even they did that in here. So as you can see, basically NASDAQ has been playing that move quite often, basically every single day for the last week or so, since the beginning of May. Okay, so basically you look like that we have a structure in here, and then price will just do this and goodbye, right? It's going to trap people that thinking that price just broke structure, but actually it's just continuing to move to the upside. So that has been a play that NASDAQ has been doing all the way since the beginning of May. So we may have something similar as well today. We'll see. Yeah, we will see. You are looking for 21.20. Okay, that's the target. Where is that? 21. Yeah, it makes sense. I like it. Yeah, somewhere around here, like your target. Yep. It looks nice. 21.320. Hamed, what are you asking for? 21.320. Is that for? Is that for the breakout setup? Is that for the long, like for price to break again above this top and go? To be honest with you, if I was about to look for a breakout setup at this point, again, continuation to the upside, I wouldn't be looking for that until the US Open, and we may actually have a small fake out. So if you are looking for a breakout in here around the US Open, we actually have a fake out. Price may actually go down before it actually goes up. So I would actually wait for the manipulation that's going to happen around around US Open. And if price, for example, if price kind of goes down in here and regains strength and now starts moving up again, I think I would prefer to look for a breakout setup in that situation instead of price just going immediately straight after or even before the US Open, because there's the risk that you can actually just come down first before going. Yesterday was a great example of a breakout setup, okay, and it happened after the US Open. This is a great example of what a breakout setup looks like in this circumstance, because if you take a look into it, again, sorry guys for staying a little bit longer on NASDAQ, but it's actually a good example. So around here, it was the US Open, right? We had kind of, we swapped basically these lows in here, maybe even that one. But we managed to remain within this demand zone, and this is the breakout, and then price spent a little bit of time in here, and then we broke it, right? So there was kind of two possibilities for a breakout setup in here, one maybe after this break, or actually after this range was created above here, and then price which we just went. So if this is the type of setup that you are looking for, then maybe wait first for this to happen, and that's where the context sometimes matters as well when you're looking for those type of opportunities. Not every breakout is the same thing. Context matter, and maybe the time of the breakout also matters. Yeah, we are so bullish. It's true. All right, so let's jump into gold and then euro dollar, because I think someone asked about euro dollar as well. All right, so what are you guys looking? Are you guys long, short? What do you want to look at gold? This is what I wanted. Okay, it looks like that price is about to break structure. I presume everyone may be saying short now because price is just dropping. You're welcome, Hamid. So tell me, guys, gold, what are you looking for? Be a bit more specific. Go to 3,208. Where is 3,208? Yeah, that's basically there already. So that's done. Elaine, you asked for that. That's gone. George is asking for gold, but that we're looking at it now. Gold long, but not yet. Okay. From where? Where are you looking for? So if you guys watched the stream like 2 days ago when I was here, and even yesterday, I mentioned that gold, there was a probability that would be ranging in between this level, right? And that's basically what he did for the last 2 days. Yesterday, I even mentioned a potential short, but price never got to my level. So the level was actually even a little bit higher than this top. Price never got there. It was actually kind of enough faking out that level. Let me just zoom in a bit more. Yeah, I can actually delete this now. Yeah, basically price was somewhere around here. I think when I did the analysis on gold, but apparently the fake out of all this structure was enough, reacting to this level, and price just dropped. Right? And I was still looking for price to go a little bit higher into here, which can still work in the future, but for now it looks like that's not happening. And then there you go, price kind of bounced here and there, kept respecting the top, so that was something interesting. So price kept respecting these tops as it was creating it, like every single supply was being respected in here, and then kind of a bigger one, but in there as well, kind of still in here. So there was no breakout structure, and price finally now is moving to downside, and most likely is going to take all of this, which sounds good, to be honest. So now the question mark is what's next on gold, right? What is the next level? Since last week or something like that, I already have a little bit of this level of structure, but now I'm not even hoping or I don't really have big expectations how price is going to react from here. Maybe the only thing price may do is just react from here, come back in here, and maybe just continue. I was more enthusiastic in looking for longs around this level when this was created. Okay, I actually was waiting for price to go here to actually then have a bigger move to the upside, but that move happened in here. Okay, so that was already the move to the upside. Now we literally are going to have, what do we have in here, right? Just a simple basic price structure. We have a new high, all right, basically the top. We have new lows being created. We have price retracing, almost creating a double top, not exactly, but almost creating a double top, but at least we have a lower high, and now we are about to have a new low being created, right? Let's just start having a shift of momentum in here, right? Apparently. It doesn't mean that price will just sell off or just completely move, but most likely you can start aiming potentially to destruction here. Getting close to 3,000, maybe 3,050, something something like that eventually. Doesn't mean that's going to happen today, but at least that's a little bit how I'm looking the bigger picture here at gold. But there you go. If you still need to break this level in here, and you may have a little bit of a reaction somewhere around this level, even in here as well. Yeah. Buy or sell for now, Hamid? That's a good question. That's what we're trying to find out. Short from 3234. Okay. Maria, let's take a look at that one. Where is 3 to? We could happen. Yeah, that's basically the last. That's basically the last structure, right? That we have created around here. 3234. I think is somewhere around this level in here, or even maybe cover this level. So that could play out. Let's see if we actually take the. Let's see if we actually take this low, at least take this structure, and maybe can have that type of a move. Okay, so I'll prefer actually to see the low being taken. If that happens, then it creates a little bit more confidence that maybe price actually wants to continue to move lower, and then yes, and then maybe potentially price could go here and just sell. I even would like actually price maybe goes here, reacts from this level first, continues to push a little bit lower, is going to trap people into selling in here, and then it can go to that level that we just talked about, and then it could drop even more. So that's the type of opportunities that I actually like, when there's kind of a little bit of structure that can be used to attract or to trap traders, when the real zone that I'm interested is still fresh and price then can go and just continue. Yeah. It's a little bit similar to what happened here, to be honest. Like price starts creating this price starts to create destruction here, then price just goes a little bit higher, even though my zone may have not been touched, and then yes, it then starts moving lower. So yeah, but that could work. That could be a good level to look for a short, but I'll prefer still to see these walls being taken. Yeah, above that, this one may have been touched in here. Yeah, we'll see how price may react from here as well. Yeah, if there are still by any chance levels on in here, I don't really like this one, to be honest, and then it will be my original one. 3 levels in here to look for. Buy now. Okay. Yeah, maybe if you want to buy now, you can buy now, hoping that these walls are going to hold price. I'm not going to buy now. I'm not looking for buys, but it can work. Yep, it can definitely work. Who knows? 3230 next, which is basically the level that we talked about, right? Yeah. Yeah, that can happen. Let's see if it is from here, and if it is from here without breaking the lows, I'm not really interested in potential shorting in there. But if we start actually breaking and then we go to that level, then I'll be looking for something different. And then something that we can pay attention is, yes, below this level, which is basically in here, is there anything in here that can still hold price, or we are looking for price to just continue and eventually get a little bit closer to maybe this next structure somewhere around here. Maybe somewhere around here. So we could eventually go to 3,180, 77, something like that, which means that we may have a little bit of space in here to move or to go. Where is the... Yeah, perhaps we may have this to fill. Ah, you took a short already. Ah, that's nice. Yep, that's nice. What is the target? What target are you looking for? I'm optimistic. Yeah, it can happen, right? If there is actually an asset that I don't like to fight structure, is gold. Okay, it looks like that is literally about to break structure, but for somehow gold may continue to hold structure and just continues to then move in the opposite direction, right? That's why I don't want to force sales without actually seeing a new break of structure to downside, because otherwise price may actually just continues to respect now another low, kind of another support level, and keeps pushing. Yeah, so yeah, I don't like to fight gold in that aspect. What's up, Ribaki? Bem-vindo. When should you buy long? When should you buy gold? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe follow. Is this a J? Yeah, MJ Lucas. Maybe follow MJ Lucas' advice and buy now. towards this direction, or just wait for a confirmation. I'm not sure what kind of approach you are looking for, or your strategy or confirmation that you look for. So it's quite hard. We're looking for 3,000. So you reach your target already. Maria, you got your target, no? Yeah, we're going to take a look at euro in a bit. Not really sure what's going on in euro, but you're going to take a look at euro in a second. Yeah, okay, 1 second. All right. Any more questions about gold? Up here. Near we hit H. That's that was a miss. Maria, by the way, how do you behave in that aspect? Now that your target was really close. Now that your target was really close and you didn't close your trade, what kind of trade management do you use now? Are you trying to close it at the next level? Are you staying patient and just wait for price to come back? What do you do? Do you move your stop loss to break even, at least to guarantee that you don't lose money after being so close? Are you just monitoring price and maybe close it manually? Let us know, Maria. What do you do when, or any of you guys, like, what would you do if you're in Maria's shoes and basically you miss your target by like a fraction of a pip, and what would you do in that aspect? Okay, you keep it open. I moved my stop to, so I'm in profit. Where did you move your stop to? You move your stop to 3,212. That's where you moved it, or you just move your stop to break even. If I sold gold, like you tell me, are you talking to me, Oscar, or is it to someone else? If you sold gold, really good. Maria sold gold, for example. Okay, Mark says he travels to 1 hour or close it. Rebaki said that he's taking profit survey. Pick your targets, don't change. Reiterate if everything adds up. Okay. My stop is at 3. Okay, so you move stop loss to break even. Ref, should you buy or sell? That's a good question. As you can see in here on the comments, there are some people looking for longs. There are also other people trying to get their targets in. So there's a there's a big battle in here within our community to see what's going to happen next on gold in terms of buys or sells. So who knows? Amon, what's the best way to learn this? Do you mean trading? What's the best way to learn how to trade? That's a really good and big question. It can take years to answer, or it can take just a few minutes. Basically, if you're completely new, just go check some. Exactly, Michu, because that's what I mentioned, that it can take a few years to answer. But in a short way, just try to go read some content, kind of read the basic, okay, the fundamentals of what a pip is, what buy orders are, what kind of, just try to understand the basics first, and then in terms of strategy development, just start exploring, maybe watch some YouTube videos. The 5ers have a lot of content as well, so you can go to our hub or even on our YouTube channel, and you're going to see a lot of content in there, or join AlphaBeta Lab, where you can also have plenty of content in there. maybe more tailored for beginners all the way to advanced, and keep asking questions. But first and foremost, if you are a completely noob, just try to do your own research and read a lot. Okay, don't even think about asking any questions until you spend hours reading content or just those basic websites, baby peeps or whatever. But read the fundamentals. After you read the fundamentals for a month, then you are about to ask your first question. Before that, there's no point. Okay, your entry was 3238. Okay, Maria. Okay, got it. So you're already in profit, so that's nice. Trading talk you to do nothing about it, so I'm sleep. Okay. Hey Claudio, how are you? Price is back at previous support. Wait for a breakout or reversal. That's it, Oscar. Yep, you can do that. You can wait for the breakout to look for shorts, or you can wait for the breakout and then wait for the retracement before looking for shorts. Like one of the two. Mjukas, you are still hoping for a long? Yeah, let's see if he's consolidating for a long. Yeah, rule number 1, that's true. Thank you for your feedback, Ribaki. But if he wants to learn, I presume that is not interested in following signals. If he wants to learn, yeah, that's just read a lot. Okay, watch YouTube videos, read a lot, and after you know the basics, it's like you are trying to learn a new language. At least try to know the abecedarium, or to ask, or to at least tell your name before you start asking questions, how to create a sentence or to write a sentence. Because there is no point. We cannot help you to write a sentence or to develop your strategy if you don't even know the abecedarium of trading. Yeah, no one wants to make a random breach. Yeah. Go to 3180. That's what Trade Monastery says. What is 318? Yeah, that's down, right? All right, that's valid. Let's see. If it breaks, I'm looking even for 317. That's the next level. A little bit higher, maybe 3177, something like that. I'm looking for price at least to get closer to this next zone if it starts breaking. Again, it doesn't mean that breaks, it goes there straight away. Okay, that doesn't really mean that. And there you go. Mjukas, anytime the candle goes up, are you opening a new order or what's going on? Is it you that is kind of placing big buy orders on gold? Like, are you fighting Maria target or what's going on in here? Like, which one of you is kind of battling within this range? Not yet. And the Telegram signals will bankrupt you. Yep. Draw a trend line on my chart for the retest. Oh, there you go. Maria, is that you? Did you just get angry and just open a big short? Is that what you are doing with this big sell? There you go, guys. There you go. We are rooting for Maria's target. So Maria's target was 3,000 and 3,209, right? So whenever that target gets hit, we are going to celebrate. I hope it's correct in here. Yeah, so whenever that target gets hit, we are going to have a big party. Okay. Somewhere around here. My hatest pair. That's a good question. Yeah, I'm going to reply to those questions. Abdullah, what is my perception of the Fed, right? Of the Fed, I mean, after the CPI. CPI yesterday was lower. So basically, I think it was lower, right? It was 2.3%. Yeah, it was lower than expected. If I'm not mistaken, that just... yeah, the data keeps confirming that the Fed is doing a good job, or that the Fed doesn't need to do anything. If you look at the interest rate probability, oh, 1 second, where is that? at the Fed watch, I think now is in July, right? The September. I think it's in September, the first cut. Yeah, it just keeps on increasing, right? Because like look at the involvement of this rate, right? So 1 week ago, the probability of keeping the same rates in July was at 29%, right? And the probability it was in here, right? For the rate cut, it was this one. 1 week afterwards, we are at 65%. Okay, so what happened from 1 week ago to today? Basically, what happened was unemployment. No, unemployment even was before that. What happened was the UK deal, right? China agreement as well, kind of with US. So basically, two big involvements or developments into the trade deals, and all of a sudden, everyone is expecting now for the first rate cut to happen only in July. And then the data, NFP was positive, CPI keeps going lower, even when potentially was the first CPI data that could have some impact of the tariffs that Trump applied a couple of months ago, a few months ago. So the Fed can continue just to be on standby. That's basically what's going on in here. Like the data is supporting what the Fed Chair Powell is saying. Yeah, and the market just keeps on going up. It just stays positive, and everyone is happy with it. Even Trump doesn't really threaten Powell anymore in terms of firing him or whatever he was doing. Maria, is this your target? There you go. Your target has been hit. Where is Maria? I want to see Maria's comment. You are letting the market come to you. Did you reach your target, Maria? Is this the target? I want you to confirm before I... There you go. All right, so there you go. This is what happens. I don't know if you guys can hear it. That's what happens when you reach your target on the stream. We played it. That was easy button, and that was easy, right? Great, Maria. Fantastic. Drinks are on you this evening, or next time everyone is together. Yeah, good job. It's going up now. The question straight after, as soon as you see a level being broken, is if it's going up. Maybe we just need to let price breathe a little bit. Just need to let price breathe a little bit to see what will happen. But now it may reinforce the possibility of a new short from that level. So we'll see what's going to happen. Yeah, we'll see what will happen. All right. Second, guys. What I want. All right. Perfect. All right. So what other questions? What should I do to be a profitable trader? Rafa, that's a great question. First of all, you need to be able to recognize what is kind of on your way to become a profitable trader. Like what kind of mistakes you are making. First of all, you need to be self-aware. Like you need to become self-aware of the mistakes you are making. Be really accountable to yourself. It may not even be anything related to your strategy. It can maybe be related to your limiting beliefs. It can be related to something else not related to trading, or it can actually be your strategy, right? You need to actually understand if your strategy has an edge in the market, if you are executing it correctly, what kind of mistakes you are making. So there are a few things that can kind of be on the way for you to become a profitable trader, right? There is maybe a gap between you becoming a profitable trader and where you are right now. So you need to try to find out how can you close that gap. And yes, it can be regarding your strategy, can be regarding your routine, can be several things, right? Maybe it can be just take a little bit longer and gain more experience, and maybe those mistakes or that distance is going to just be reduced naturally. But of course, there are things that you can do to maybe accelerate the process to become profitable. But you need to, for me to help even more in terms of the answer that I'm giving, you need to share more details, so it could, it could be more specific. Yeah. But yes, journaling, being self-aware, recognize what triggers you, what kind of mistakes you are making, and so on. That can go a long way. Focus on yourself as well. That could be nice. What is your favorite pair and your hatest pair? I don't have one, to be honest. What is my favorite pair? I think it's phases, depending also on the market, on how the market is behaving. Sometimes some pairs or some assets, they become really attractive to me in terms of the opportunities that I see. And some other times I may not even look at them for a long time. Like now, for the last 2-3 weeks, I've been obsessed with the US indices, and I barely have touched anything in regards to the dollar. Or dollar pairs. I remember like 2 months ago or 3 months ago, I was obsessed with Aussie, with New Zealand, with Euro. I was totally like every day that was the assets that I was focusing, because the way price was behaving and where it was reacting from, it was really interesting for my trading and for what I wanted to trade. And maybe I was not paying that much attention for the US indices. So it depends. Gold, for example, I don't really follow gold, I analyze gold, but I don't really trade gold that often. It's rare that I actually trade gold. I don't have any hate to any pair, to be honest. And in terms of my favorite, it depends on when it goes. Yeah, and NASDAQ is just going. I placed my order to see if I was getting filled, but I didn't. Yeah, NASDAQ literally just turn around. When Hamid, are you talking about NASDAQ? Man, I didn't. Let's see what's going to happen in between this level. But I placed my order after this big red candle, but I didn't get filled. I was talking to you as well. Like I didn't get filled. So we'll see if we get filled or not. We are so back. It's incredible the way people react when they see price moving. All right, so let's take a look at euro dollar. What's going on euro dollar? Let's do it. This is from yesterday. Let's do it. This. Let's take a look also at the dollar index, because both of them are connected and we like to analyze both of them. So okay, so yesterday we finally had a little bit of retracement, correct? So we have been creating this push to the upside in the last couple of weeks, basically since the 22nd of April, so that's almost 3 weeks now. And we opened really strongly on Monday, and then Tuesday kind of slowed down a little bit until we start to turn to the downside. Now, the level where price is reacting, it was okay, in my opinion. I think we had this structuring here. It will be either from the lower edge of the zone, like kind of support resistance in here, or eventually could go a little bit more to the extreme. But it reacted from here. It was valid, and in my opinion, it was a nice level to see price moving to the downside. Also, we started to slow down. If you guys recall what I mentioned before, what usually price does before a reversal or before kind of turning is that it starts to slow down. Right? We had a big move up, then price kind of goes up, but goes down straight away, and then kind of goes up again, and it gets rejected immediately afterwards. Sometimes this type of move actually happens in 3 waves, basically in cycle of 3. There you go. We had the turn. We talked about, I don't know if it was yesterday or where did I talk this, that yes, if we do manage to break below this low, we kind of open the door for price to go at least until here, with the possibility to go even even lower, because we even had this gap in here as well. And that's basically what happened. Price basically broke it, respected as a breakout situation, and just continued to fall. Initial reaction in here, but then today it already broke even lower. So the way I'm looking at the dollar index, it makes a little bit sense, every single thing that is happening, and most likely euro dollar is going to be the opposite. We are looking here at sales, most likely euro dollar it worked as a long. Now price is approaching this level, right? So basically we are virtually back into this structure in here. So we will see what will happen. How price is going to react from here, if it wants to go slightly higher or if it wants to potentially go even lower, and then finally we may be looking at this one in here. So yeah, so somewhere in here it can still respect. Attention to this level. Of course, this level in here that was created around the London Open can still hold price to downside. But if it starts breaking, then maybe we can aim to go higher again. So yeah, I'll pay attention a little bit to this level, how price is going to react from there. So if anyone was looking for longs, I'll be looking for longs at least towards this level. That's it. Yeah, that will be basically it in terms of the dollar index. It's one of those phases where, again, the move to the upside, it was quite clear once it kind of broke this level to go all the way there. So that happened, and yeah, we need to wait and see how price may react from here now. It's reacting nicely, but we do have the structure straight away. It starts, again, as I mentioned, if it starts breaking a little bit in here, I think we can start aiming towards back into this level in here. Even though somewhere in here can still hold price, to be honest. But yeah, so looking at euro dollar, we are most likely looking at the exact opposite. So yes, we had that move to the downside last week. Price starts to turn in here, kind of respect. I was looking a little bit lower, to be honest. So in this case, I'm actually still looking for the euro dollar to get a little bit lower. Price never really got there. Just respect this upper edge again. And it starts turning, right? As soon as it broke that one, kind of nice move. And then even yesterday, I think in the Portuguese live stream, someone talked about this level. Kind of we looked into detail into this level, which is basically where price reacted this morning. And yeah, it's basically, we'll see how price may react from here. It's exactly the same thing. We have the structure, price can still respect it, maybe continue to go higher, or if it starts breaking it, then it may go into the next one. And if it starts breaking above this top, I think it can aim higher. If it starts breaking a little bit above this structure here, I think it can aim even higher on the euro dollar, which becomes quite similar to the dollar index, which potentially euro dollar could go somewhere in there, and dollar index could go somewhere into here. But there's still levels to look at. Deal company, we're going to look at pound yen in a bit. Yeah, downside, new Hamed, you are short, yeah. Sharif, how does a candle open in a downtrend, and what should you look out for? To be honest with you, I don't pay attention to candles formation, so I couldn't care less. I couldn't care less if it is a weak, if it is a dodgy, if it is a completely full strength closed candle. I couldn't care less. Okay, that's just some other people do, and for sure there may be some meaning that you can have from the shape of a candle, but usually, to be honest, I couldn't care less. For me, kind of price is fractal. The way it ends up closing on a 4-hour time frame, it may be completely different on the shape on the 15 minutes or 5 minutes. I'm more looking at structures that they are broken or not broken. So I don't really know how to answer your question in terms of what should be looking at the candlestick or candle formation, because I don't really focus on it. Some people, they may like to see a strong close of a candle. Some people may not. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But if it goes up to yesterday's low, a nice 200 tick move. Talking euro dollar, I presume. yesterday's low. That was, where was yesterday's low? Tuesday. Today's Thursday, right? Yeah. No, today's Wednesday, 14. Yeah, that would be a nice move. But there's still this bear in here in the middle. Let me take a look at the dollar euro index as well. Because on the euro index, this can help me. I always like to analyze this one for the euro. So we made the big move to downside. Okay, so basically how that played out. So I can actually delete this one already. Okay, so basically in terms of space, what I mean is, for example, price went up, kind of range went up, and then when it broke this level, it kind of opens the space to go down. Okay, that's just basic. But before that, price actually went up, respected double top, and then it continued to fall as it continues to break new lows, kind of continues to confirm that maybe wants to go into that next level. And as you can see, there's some manipulations in here that price kind of plays as it's moving. Okay. And in my opinion, I think price with this low, okay, yesterday's low or something like that, it may have opened the door to continue to move further down. Okay, we may have broken below that level. Initially, kind of respected, as you can see, a little bit in here, but then price ended up breaking it. So I'm looking for eventually the euro index to continue to push lower, which means that most likely euro dollar can also continue to push lower a little bit more, at least in the future. But before that, maybe price wants to go higher and may wants to find new sell orders a little bit higher. So what we have in here, again, price kind of respected a little bit this structure, totally fine, and now is respecting exactly the same structure in here, similar to the one that we have on euro dollar. So maybe price actually wants to go a little bit higher before finding new selling orders, which I'm not really sure where from. To be honest, in here, I would love to actually see price going up. So I'll be super happy if actually this one would go up, if the euro dollar also would go up in there, and if the dollar index would go all the way down. I'll be super happy, because I think there could be some potential opportunities to then look for bigger moves or bigger reversals if that was about to happen. So I'll be the happiest person if this actually will happen, because I'll be looking for shorts from there with a great risk reward potentially to go even further down. But there's many things to happen before that, so I'm not going to be just jumping into that conclusion right straight away. But yeah, euro index is kind of doing a little bit of the same as the euro dollar. Actually, there's a small difference where euro dollar is already reacting from here, and the euro index is still reacting from here. It's just a small difference. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what will happen. Marina, hi. Okay, let's take a look at the deal company. Tell me about pound yen. What do you want us to talk about pound yen? Are you looking for longs? Are you looking for shorts? Let's go. I'm all yours now. Tell me, what do you want us to look at? Let's all take a look at pound yen. Tell me the levels that you want us to buy or to short. Tell us what time frame you're looking for. Where is your target? Buy. Do you want to buy? Okay, from where? Do you want to buy now, or where do you want to buy from? Nacho, buy now. To be honest, I missed a short this morning. Wrong timing to not open my chart. No, to be honest, I would never get filled. I wouldn't have been filled, to be honest. I'll be looking a little bit higher. Yeah, I'll never get filled. Yep, I wouldn't have got filled in here. 194,313. 194. Okay, let's look for a long in here. 194,313. All right, perfect. Somewhere in here. Where is your stop loss? Vine, welcome. Vine Analytics, welcome. I recently started following you. It's my first time watching you live. Are you a fundamental trader as well? I do pay attention to fundamentals as well. It's something that I take into consideration when it's my I also take into consideration when I'm looking for trades or creating my bias or my idea or generating ideas for trades. So yes, I also do pay attention, but I'm mostly a technical trader in sense of where to trade or what levels to look for. I'm 100% fundamental, but I do take in consideration the fundamentals in sense of what is the sentiment in the market, what are the main news or data that is more important or that markets are paying attention to, what is the Fed doing, what is Trump doing, and so on and so forth. So I do pay attention to it as well. But yeah, what about you, Vine? What do you pay attention to on fundamentals? What am I aiming for? Fabian, welcome. What's up? A part of the 5ers now. Sergi, yes. Stop loss 193.974. 193. Are you short? Are you looking for short? 193. 1 second. 193, 193, 193. Oh, no, damn it. 193.974. Okay, somewhere around here. Perfect. 96, 94, whatever. All right, so it's somewhere around here. What do we have in here on the left side for that? All right. So, deal company, what confirmation do you want to look for? Are you just placing a buy limit in here and your stop loss in there and that's it? And what target are you looking for? Or do you wait for a confirmation? What do you wait for? And why are you looking for buys after price broke this structure? I'm putting on the spot, my friend. What is NQ doing? Is it just holding? Where is your target again? Your target was almost there. Deal company, I'm waiting for a reply and then we come back to pound yen. What is it doing? Come on, I want it to retrace now. So where is my order? Actually, I could push it a bit forward, to be honest. Yeah, I could push it a bit forward. Yeah, I'm looking for this, so it goes up. Where is it? Yeah, somewhere in there. Second, let me just look at the tick charts. Oh, damn it. Yeah. What are you waiting for? Big profit. Yeah, so this is what is going on the 10 seconds chart. So price came out of the back in here, kind of respected that was supply, it dropped, and it may react in here a little bit. We'll see. So it broke this low. Okay, it basically broke that level, so that's nice. Price will most likely go down a little bit more. And yeah, it's just let's see how price may react within this level. Price already basically reacted from the base of this level on the way down. It may have left this supply left, but I'm looking a little bit higher. Concrete confirmation. Now it's trying to move gold. All right. Yeah. So I do like that it broke this low. So Ahmed, you may be confident on the move potentially. And then you are looking for 21210. Who's moving me? What's going on? Victor, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Hello, everyone. It is me in the shadow. Yes, the masked ninja trader. No, I'm sorry, just the masked trader. How are you doing, Pedro? Awesome that you are here with our audience. I see you guys are doing some analysis, doing the good stuff. What have you talked so far? What have you discussed so far for the audience? What is the vibe today, Pedro?
Yeah, it's good. It's good. We have been reaching targets. Maria reached a beautiful target on gold. She was short. Medjukas have been fighting, not fighting, but he's been patiently waiting for potential gold move to the upside. Then we had the deal company that we are in a potential setup, a long setup on pound yen, and you are trying to understand this thought process.
Okay.
And yeah, and then we have Vine mentioning about fundamentals, which I still need to read his comment because I didn't finish to read his comments. Ahmed is fighting for a take profit on short on NASDAQ, which I hope it goes up to get me filled first. So yeah, we are busy here.
I see. I'm gonna stop my cam just for a little while, maybe like 10 seconds or so. I'll be right back, but I'm listening.
All right. Yeah, let me read your comment, Vine. So yeah, that's really good. That's how I do it as well. I stay up to date on the macro and the geopolitics as well, and check other markets like the bond market and stock market. Yep. To be honest with you, I should be maybe paying attention more to the mod market and to the supply levels in there. Something, or even options. I haven't really paid too much attention or focused too much attention on options as well when they expire and so on. I think there's maybe some edge to potentially gain from acquiring that information. But yeah, some bonds, yeah, I look at the treasury yields sometimes as well to see where it is. But that's good. It's great to see more people focusing a bit on fundamentals to help them with their decision making, which is perfect. Yeah,
someone is paying attention. Earlier, I was, of course, in the chat, poking some fun, and I said to Jonatan, I'm going for a run, and Fabian remembered that. That's nice of you, Fabian. The run was it was more of a run walk thing, so I didn't run it. I didn't run the whole distance because I'm currently running on my heart rate. So whenever my heart rate goes a little too high, I need to slow down, and at a certain moment I will start walking. It looks weird, but it's the proper way of training my cardiovascular system. So thank you for asking. Thank you.
Yeah.
Awesome. So you said
let's just celebrate Dr. Hamed. He hit his take profit. So Maria hit take profit before. So we have this button in here that you're just pressing here. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but that's the celebration of that was easy target. So good job, awesome. Good job, Mohammed, on the take profit, and let's see if it goes to the next one.
For sure,
exactly.
we do have. There we go. We have a slam dunk for. Is it Ahmed or is it Hamid? Because we also have
Hamid.
Hamid. Okay, Hamid. Yes. Awesome. I'm trying to get a reading on and I see Dr. Ahmed is also wearing a mask in the chat. We are mask brothers. Welcome to the club, or maybe I'm new to your club. Who knows? But I'm glad to be part of your team, whichever way it is. Let's see. All right, so the Hamid's TP was on what asset exactly?
It was a short, so he was shorting the NASDAQ. I think maybe after the first stop was created, there was kind of a fair value gap in there, something like that, and I think he shorted maybe somewhere from here. And I don't know exactly where his stop loss was. This is actually kind of something that I'm looking for to see if there's a retracement, because I was looking for the short as well. But yeah, now he reaches for target, and I think he has more targets if price continues to move forward. So yeah, good job.
Awesome there. Yeah, the NASDAQ has been booming. If you look at the last couple of days, you are on the 1 minute I see on the screen. We had some, on the per hour. Yeah, it is. It has been. It broke out from that previous high where you have that boulder line, horizontal line. There, the previous high broke out of it, and it's been very, very strong. The question is how far can this go, because so far we are still in a retrace mode, right? This is still the counter trend of that impulsive move, right? Yes, it is to the upside. Yes, it is. The higher time frame is positive. It is trending bullishly, but since the initial move we had, let me go to the daily. Perhaps I'm gonna switch to mine.
Yeah, go ahead.
So we see that. What I mean is that when you compare, when you see this kind of market structure, what we have is just one, right? This is the move for the last couple of months, basically. That impulsive, powerful move, that is the main thing. That is the strongest move we have seen in this chart, going all the way to June of 24. And what we have seen lately, right, that recovery, very strong as well. Gotta give it to it, but it's still a retracement until we take out that high and make new all-time high. I'm gonna see this as a retracement. So as the tighter we get, or the closer we get to that high, I'm gonna be looking for signs of exhaustion for a short. Doesn't mean necessarily we're gonna continue all the way down and perhaps continue, start that continuation on that impulsive move, bearish move, but for sure you will see some bearishness coming in. I would expect from the market. So I'm looking for that. We haven't had any. Well, this one, right? We had that retrace when price made that big candle. But after that, we haven't had any retrace, basically, right? How many candles, how many periods are we talking about? We're talking about what is it? 23 days, but 17 bars and no significant retracement. That calls for, a little correction at least. So doesn't mean I'm bearish yet, but I'm looking for that possible reversal on the lower time frame. And we're getting into that monthly supply area, so we could see that coming, anytime now. But it could also take some time, because we're talking about about 1,000 points range it has to create that reversal pattern. So far, it is far from being bearish at all. The buyers are completely in control, and they're actually accelerating. That's what I see. If you look at the how this consolidation had a little bit of a retrace before it shot up, compare that to the consolidation we've been having so far for the last couple of bars on the H4. They're not giving back anything, at least not yet, right? That to me, that speaks of strength. So even though I'm looking for that possible short, it looks like the market is ready to continue going higher. And I'm going to be waiting patiently to see if I can catch something to the short side, if anything. And I think it's a very good, there's a lot of momentum in here. So if you're a momentum trader, then you probably have done quite well on trying, going with the momentum, with the trend, with the power, which is, of course, to the upside.
Yeah.
All right. True. So, yes.
Yeah, I agree. Let's see. I'm continuing to look a bit more shorts. I think we can maybe go just slightly lower until the US Open, and then the big question is what's going to happen during the US Open. But yeah.
Yeah. That's about in 20 minutes, right? 20 minutes from now, US Open.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, we can see what the market changing in sentiment or not, because pre-market and after the open, that can be totally different. Once the volume comes to the market, you can actually see, get a glimpse at the first hour. Are we going to continue or not?
So,
what about gold?
Yeah, gold. Go ahead. You can do your analysis. We kind of looked. We finally broke the lows. It's moving really quickly. Yeah, it's moving really quickly, to be honest. But no surprise, I kind of mentioned that I would be expecting, as soon as price breaks this structure, to go at least back straight away into this kind of 3,165 or something like that. So that's basically the next structure that I have in here. And there you go. There was not even a possibility of a retracement. Price just dropped. There you go. So Maria, by the way, how do you feel now? I don't know if Maria is still there, because Maria literally closed her trade close to the, and this happens so many times, like, and it can be a little bit frustrating for a trader when you have your take profit just really close to the low, and price actually kind of misses your target for a little bit, stays there for 10 minutes, and then finally you reach your target. But anytime next time you kind of refresh the page, price is basically 5 times lower than your initial target, and sometimes can lead into some kind of frustration of maybe closing it too early. And what if you actually move my target longer, which can sometimes be a trap for the traders. But it's actually, if Marie is still there, and if she wants to share how she feels about it, it would be nice.
Yes, and while everyone is looking at the chat to see if she is responding to our call, while you're watching that chat, hit the like button, subscribe, support our channel, make us make that leap into even bigger audience with your like. We would definitely appreciate that from you. If you're enjoying this stream, share it with others, and make us even bigger. We are already the best place to come for Forex. We can even be better. It can always be better.
Yeah.
On gold, what I see is I can talk a little bit about gold, because market is certainly moving, but I would say the market has probably done most of its move for today. I'm going to check very quickly to see if there's what kind of news we have today. We don't have any news for the rest of the day. There's only on China, but nothing red folder on Forex Factory. So I'm gonna switch back to the chart. Okay, so what I see is, of course, we on the weekly time frame. Monthly there isn't really anything to say. It's market has been very, very bullish. The only relevant structure is all the way down here. Nothing for us to talk about. The weekly time frame, we haven't created any order block. The only one we have is the one below us, where I'm expecting price to go to find some support eventually. That's not for today. That's something for perhaps in a week's time, perhaps even longer. But that's where I would think long term we're going to. Long term meaning in a couple of days, maybe a week, 2, and so on. Other than that, there isn't anything. So when we get there, we can start doing some analysis for that weekly time frame. But currently, there isn't anything. On the daily, we only have one structure. Still hasn't been invalidated, but it's clearly not an area that is doing any kind of support. By no means, it's not doing that, which is that daily order block I'm pointing with that bright yellow arrow. That's the demand area, and as this is breaking down, it's gonna be logical, right? That even on the daily as well, there isn't any structure. The daily all the way, the next daily is all the way down here. Before that comes the weekly. So I don't see anything to the left, at least not in this time frame, to stop price. It means that price eventually, most likely, unless it changes and starts building some other structures, it's probably gonna end up going at least there. And from that moment or from that level, we can check again if there's deceleration, if there are reversal patterns, and so on. So the daily time frame, there isn't much to see. We did create just to give you an example, we did create a bearish order block here, never retested, and we're likely to be, it's gold. Gold can be very volatile, but it probably will leave or create that order block at the end of today, Wednesday, the 14th, that is, right? So we broke that, and it's seeming to be falling from the sky, basically. Look at that big H4 order block. It's for everyone who was playing for that reversal, it's pretty clear that it's not reversing, and it's not going to reverse. We still have 44 minutes. Theoretically, this could still come back, and close within, on the daily time frame, close within that order block and not invalidate it. But there's no news. Trump is on a travel. There could be some news coming out from wherever city he is in in Middle East. That could I don't know, that could spike gold. Anything can happen. However, it doesn't look like that. Most likely thing is that it's going to reach. It's already, if we consider the daily time frame, it's already at in terms of range, it's already at 82, while the ATR, as you can see, is 84, right? So we're only $2 away from the 100% ATR, meaning that the move of the day, the biggest chunk of the move has already been done. If you were looking for that short, that train already departed. It's already gone, long gone. And here I don't see any values in going short. You don't want to be going short after such a move. Depending on your time frame, you could be shorting still if you're on the lower time frame, because momentum is probably still to your side. But how long more, right? This by the way, the only area we have, or the only level we have any reference point, is to the left. That high we broke, and I would expect some kind of reaction from this level. So we could look, maybe if we're still here, we can look at how the market reacts to that level when it gets there on the 1 minute. If our stream is still on, probably is, depending on how fast gold keeps on moving. But that will be something interesting to see. Maybe I can even take a little scalp from it live on the stream. But let's zoom a little bit more in. This this is just a continuation, right? If you look at let me indicate it, this move all the way from the top going down, it's breaking that low. And maybe you could have expected some kind of an extension or a little bit of a pop before, but it's clear when you see this big candle, it's just been following this trend. It's not doing anything bizarre, right? It has been moving with these big candles to the downside already for some time. So you could have seen this coming for sure for that continuation. I don't see anything. All these structures that were possible reversal points are really worthy of being, thrown in the trash bin by now. So let's clean that up. They were relevant and useful for the time, for the first time, right? The first time price came back, price did move around, right? That's the move, and that's it. It's about expectation management. It's not gonna last forever. These areas, price action has a expiration to it, right? Something that looks very, very extended, a couple of days or periods after may not, even at the same level, may not look as extended anymore, because time caught up with that movement. So let's look on the H4. There isn't anything here to see. I wouldn't be trading this on my main strategy. We broke down, we left an order block. That's something for later when we come back at some point. This could be a nice structure to reference to, or to see if we're breaking structure or not, depending on what price does afterwards. On the hourly, okay, so now to me this is what I see, right? On the 2 hour, we still have 40 minutes. the same 40 minutes as on the H4. Whenever the market finishes making its point on breaking that daily structure, the official break will be at the end of the day. But if the H4 closes here, it's going to be a bold statement that that area, which was in the past support, right? It was demand in the past, no longer is. Something has changed. You can see, you probably will this area will work as will have an effect of a switch area where we could see price coming back. Maybe today. I could still argue that there's a little bit more push to the downside before we actually do that reversal. But at some point we might, come back to this area, maybe to the lower edge, maybe well within that order block, and for that continuation, right? That's how market typically move, right? They break something, they make their point, and they slowly, and sometimes not so slowly, they come back, retest that flipped area, and sooner or later you'll see that capsizing again to the downside, at least if nothing else changes, right? You could have actual reversals coming in after the break, but those are not very likely. They're not high probable to expect. So it looks interesting. Let's go to the lower time frames. There's very little to go with. I would expect something like this to happen, with the yellow, the white lines. We are seeing some buying coming in on the 15-minute, but I mean, after look at this candle. Look at this 1 hour candle. In 1 hour, we went through a daily structure, like nothing. It's like a samurai sword that went through it like it was paper. So it's to me, that's very clearly who is in control, and we might see reversal coming back, and if they do, it will likely be one of these structures. They're going to be interacting with one of these structures. You can already see which of the two is more likely, right? This one, it looks at the middle. It seems to me like that's a good area for price to gravitate to whenever, either from this current place or later on, and maybe have a continuation, maybe today, maybe tomorrow. I have no crystal ball, but I would expect something in that range. So what can I say? If I want to be a contrarian trader, I'm looking for a reason to go long. I don't have a reason. ATR is a good reason, but it's not enough, right? So I need something else to tell me, okay, the market has shifted, maybe an H1 order block or something in that idea. Let's look on the lower time frames. If we see some kind of quasi, it's actually not a great idea to look for quasis on the minutes if you don't have anything on the hourlies. On the 15, we're not even there yet. So it's not a great idea to look for the reversal on the lower time frames, but we don't have anything else to go for. So that's the only thing. Let's see if we have already some kind of reversal, how we reacted. Right, that's the neckline. You can see this candle. That rejection, that's the rejection of the neckline. That tells me that the neckline is actually there for that time frame. We go a little bit higher, there is nothing. So actually that reversal is very flimsy. I highly doubt that will be the low of the day. I don't think so. I think it's going to go lower, probably going to retest this level, and we'll have to see if it has any. Maybe we'll scalp when it gets there. That's gold for me, from all the way from the monthly to the minutes. Basically, I don't see a trade here. The trade has already gone. If you were to trade this when you came in this morning, what I would be trading that wick retesting this order block, right? Sure, right? That was the trade. And then targeting, depending on the ATR, you could be targeting, obviously you could have been targeting the whole ATR, That wouldn't have been. Looking back, of course, it's easy to talk, but that's you know, if it's going to go down and break the demand, you know, because this is a daily structure, you know that it can have a very explosive move on the lower time frame. So that's awesome to witness. All right, let's check the chat for any questions. Abdullah is asking if we have a Quasimodo, if we have observed, caught a Quasimodo on EU on the 5-minute. Yes, we can go look for Quasimodo. We're going to call it Quasimodo Hunt segment. We're going to be hunting for Quasimodo. Let's join us. It's a treasury hunt, right? Where's the treasure? Where's the where's the signal? All right, let's look at the 5-minute, see if we can indeed have a Quasimodo. Okay, so actually EU is very interesting because we have come back into that order block on the daily, right? Daily order block, fresh. Of course, we're looking for the continuation to the downside because we haven't touched anything to the left on the daily time frame. So I'm very interested in getting this. We talked about this yesterday, right? The possibility of catching this order block, the move that this order block will probably have, and this could be, we don't know, it could be be mitigated as it goes down. Let's go to the lower time frames. On the 4-hour, we don't have anything. Yes, we did have a reaction of this H4 order block, but it wasn't fresh. It wasn't part of a quasi. So really, to me, there wasn't anything there to do. So the H4 isn't ready yet. And right there, I stopped, right? So I stopped. My conclusion is it's not ready, at least not at this moment. But we can still take a trade. It's just not going to be as this has been taken out. It's not going to be as selective, as high probability because it has less alignment. Okay, so let's see EU. Let's how's the ATR for today? Let me see that. Okay, so we still have a lot of room. It's 85, and the ATR on EU is currently at 107. So we still have about 22 pips on average going. The question is, will it be to the upside or to the downside? There are no news catalysts for today anymore. If it is going to be to the upside, that would be basically around here, which, to be honest, looks like a great place for price to continue to go. Because on the H4, it doesn't give us any signs of slowing down yet. We had a big push. Yes, there's that big wick inviting you to go short, but look at that impulsiveness. It seems to me like it just needs a little bit more time. It's going to continue going higher. What do you say, Pedro?
Where euro dollar?
Yes.
Yeah, we looked at it a little bit. I like where kind of the top reacted from, and you are a little bit within those two ranges, kind of the top and now the bottom, which we kind of, as you mentioned. So it's more of let's see which direction price will break first. To look for the opportunity. That's a little bit of what I was trying to look for in euro dollar. Dollar index is quite similar as well. Yeah, at this point it will be wait and see for me. I would love to see, as I mentioned, I would love actually to see euro dollar continue to push higher, to potentially even go almost retest the previous highs back in April or whatever. That would be great.
Is that? Oh yeah, okay. Why would you like
those over there? Yeah, because okay. I'll be looking for shorts in there. That's basically why.
Okay.
Yeah, I would much rather look for shorts in there than maybe where price is right now. But it could drop. It could drop maybe from here because it's kind of a previous level of support resistance. It's also that order block that you mentioned. But to be honest, I'm not going to be shorting in here. And personally, I'm not going to be shorting in this level, even though I can still see that price could still move further down towards here. But it's not going to be the move I'm going to be looking. Yeah, the US Open is about to open, and yeah, just 1 second because I did wanted to try to get short on NAS, but I did never get filled when price retraced. So now I'm going to wait to see what will happen with the opening. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see here. I think the Quasimodo that Abdullah mentioned, it was this one.
I have it on my screen. Yes, I think it is that one.
It's this one, right?
Yes.
Yeah, most likely kind of something like this, right? To go. That in my opinion, it's a little bit of the tricky part with Quasimodos when you are kind of looking like that. It can be even as a long Quasimodo. The same way almost you can flip the thing, and almost it's true that price actually didn't broke this level, but it can also work almost the opposite side. Personally, I think euro-dollar could go a little bit lower, so I'll be more interested in looking for longs a little bit lower, even though price actually from here already spiked and created this level. So yeah, maybe this can work. But yeah, I prefer to see the Quasimodo a bit more into reacting from a more relevant level than kind of a bit in the middle. But yeah, I can see the Quasimodo in there as well. But yeah, but sometimes when you try to trade Quasimodos every single twice in the chart, it can be tricky.
Yeah, actually, I took a little trade long EU while you were talking. Based on that 5-minute quasi, it is not my main strategy because we don't have any H4 signals. We don't have any even H1. Nothing happening. This is just based, much more loose kind of strategy. I'm risking approach, not strategy. I would call it just approach. I'm risking have my stop. It's not the tightest stop. I have the stop a couple of pips below that low on the 50-minute because we could see price pushing a little bit higher. And once it gets above these the structure that we talked about, we should have a smooth sailing, continue to go higher. Maybe not as strong as we have had so far, but we definitely can have a push up. I'm gonna be showing my screen.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's see if I can do that. All right, I'm gonna be showing, let me make sure I'm showing the right screen, which is this one, of course. All right. All right, so this is my terminal. There it is. And I took a long, what you want to be taking, this is, it's not the way I normally do. Normally, what I would be waiting is for the market to come back to this order block. Actually, the entry was already, you could have multiple right shoulders, right? But this is the order block. That's the head. This is the head, and this would be the left shoulder. And we broke that neckline. Let me see the neckline. I have it on another. I think this was it was on the 5-minute. On my trading view, I don't see it right here. Let me see if that's the one. Okay, so so this is the neckline, and we broke it and came back to that order block. This is the area that I want to be entering on, right? But that already happened, of course. So and it created another order block. If that happens, what you would want to see is you would want to get in on the trade when price comes back for that next order block. So the next one being this order block, and as it gets in, you have to know your triggers to go long. But in this case, I took it because I want to show a trade, right? I want to be I see this trade to be it has enough elements for me to get in, even though it's not my the way that I would like to be entering. Right, and for targets, we could be looking for. Let me go to the daily and measure the ATR. I already measured it on on Trading View.
Yeah, no shorts.
Right, so we're talking about around 90. I would say I'm not going to be pushing that much. There isn't a lot of not expecting a lot of action. So what can we expect from, let's see what we can expect. We do have a structure. Did we touch it already? It looks like I prefer to doing this on trading view, of course. Much better, because I see this isn't even the horizontal. Trading view is so much better for, look at that. That's actually that's something you want to be seeing, that it hasn't reached it yet, but now in this case it has. And in the lower time frames, let's see what we can find. Yeah, the fact that it actually touched that level, that previous level that I just indicated, is something that I'm not particularly fond of. But I would be targeting that price would be getting back around here. So my TP, my initial TP would be something like this. Right, just to have something on for the audience. It's not tight, but it is. I think it's a good. I think the probability of price continue to go during the rest of the day, and this is a day trade, having a continuation and at least testing this, but probably go a little bit higher. Maybe thinking it's time, but steadily going higher. I think that probability is quite high. The market is still looking strong. It has a retrace from that impulsive move, and it's showing a quasi on the 5 minute. I think we got enough elements to assume that price is trying at least to go higher. If it comes down and stops me out, then that's fine. I lose 100 and I think 150, 170 I had there, which is fine. We'll see how that goes. I'm gonna go switch to my to trading view.
Yeah, do you see this is they open quite strongly to the upside, so breaking new highs, NASDAQ, S&P, and so on. There was not exactly at least on the way I was looking, confirmation to get short when price retraced. So basically, price ended up creating this double bottom. I was trying to see how price would react around here. But yeah, on 1 minute you don't really see it, but I was looking at the tick chart, 10 seconds chart, trying to see if there was, it's not moving, trying to see if there was a break obstruction here, but never happened. So basically price continued to go higher, trying to see if one of these walls would break, but none broke. Now maybe there's the possibility with this move. So I'm going to keep tracking to see if there's a short possibility or not. No price retesting with this previous top that was broken, so now it's going to be interesting to see what will happen around here. But yeah, that's a bit. Yeah, that's when you wait. When you wait for confirmation, sometimes you can avoid this kind of losses. That instead of just placing a sell limit on a level that maybe you are interested in.
Yeah, it's always a balance, right? The more confirmation, the more certain you want to have in data, in price action, the less attractive the entry becomes, right? And the more attractive you want the setup to be, the less confirmation you will have to go with. It's always a balance. Where do you find that nice balance of price, doing what you, giving you the edge? Where does it give you the edge? I'm marking this on my, let me mark this. I'm gonna show you guys more or less. I haven't checked the actual entry price and stop loss by with precision. Maybe I should. So the entry was 25.7. The stop was at 06. So let me do that. 06, and the entry was 25.7, right? Doesn't have to be all too precise. It's such a general idea. This is the first trouble area, which is that top order block on that 50-minute. Eventually, I think it's likely to be broken, because basically the market, you gotta see it in probabilities. The market has a range. You gotta see it as a budget, right? has a budget to spend today of 100 and what did I see? The ATR was 107, right? Let me check it again. The chart is thinking, yeah, 107, right? It doesn't have to be too precise, but so I see it as the market has 107 to move. That's the kind of the budget in terms of move it has to. It doesn't always spend its budget, but more often than not, it will get to 107. Give or take, 10% plus or minus, or maybe 15 sometimes. And the first question is, where is it likely to be spending it? It's not spending it. Where is it likely to be moving towards? Is it likely to be making that? We already made, let me mark this. Now currently we made on the range, we made, let's measure it with precision, right? So how much is this? This movement has been 85, right? So as I said, 22, it can be all its move all day, right? Which would be what, about 80% of its normal, of its average. That does happen with some frequency. But if it's going to have an expansion, and you look to the lower time frames, you don't have to be a super technical analyst to see that it's not likely to be expanding to the downside. But to the downside mean that it's going to be taking, breaking this consolidation and continue to it will happen a lot of times. But so far, given the information we have, there's nothing to indicate any bearishness in the market, right? If you look at the H4, there isn't anything. If you look at the H2, there isn't anything. If you look at the H1, there isn't. Well, there is an order block there, but you can't, hang the whole setup on just one order block, one engulfing that has been, rejecting that order, that the bearish structure H4, creating an H1 is very little. If you think about it, it's an actual H4 order block. You expect much more of a bearishness coming in, and the bearish that came in was basically just retracing this move. That impulsive move came back into around that 50% retracement, and it's going back up. So if you consider market structure, momentum, order blocks being created, there's not really a case to be made that we're going to be expanding to the downside on the day, right? So what makes you that if we get an expansion, this is the TP for, not a TP, but this is the ATR. Okay, so that's 100% ATR. I don't mean to say it's gonna hit it today. It seems kind of, well, it could. On average, it will. It's likely to be in around that area, but it's at least, the move is going to be, it has a high probability of going retesting these areas, and likely even take out and move towards that daily ATR. So I think it's in terms of probability, this is the direction that is more likely to continue. It is also just continuation of today's direction, today's bias. So it looks Abdullah says it will be TP target 1265. 65 is the top basically of that is your TP, Abdullah. Very good. Dawson asking for analysis on GU. Let's do that. Let's definitely do that. All right, so let's take a look at GU. Okay, we are currently in a borderline fresh order block on the monthly time frame, just to get a reading of where we are. On the weekly, we are actually, is this weekly entry order block still valid? It is, yes. 1, 2, 3, it is valid. I'm looking for a, not long term, but on this time frame, looking for a short to see if it's actually we talked about this in private, Pedro and I. we're looking for, I was looking, and he is as well, looking for a short, just, where exactly we need to wait for price to indicate that. But we're currently in a very, very interesting place to go for a swing trader to go short because of this quasi and this order block that we're currently retesting. The market has created an engulfing 2 weeks ago, the close on this candle. Let me go closer. Let's zoom in. Basically, that is it also created a quasi. I don't have it marked here, but you can see it on the daily time frame. So we have a lot of alignment, the daily, the monthly, weekly, and the daily, all in giving us indication that we could see some selling coming in. And we do have a quasi. This one, the order block has been taken away. This would be the head, the left shoulder, and we do have a borderline, but still valid entry order block on this quasi. Let me mark that as such. Right. So if we get a reversal, right, on the daily time frame, that's your cue. That's your cue that we, that weekly structure is something we could be taking. So let's look on the lower time frame. It hasn't happened yet on the daily, but let's look on the lower time frame to see if we can spot that. Right. The trick is not to get in, not to get overly excited and thinking this is going down just because you want to. It doesn't work like that. Let's see. This is on the 4 hour. Do we have a quasi here as well? All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, and not 4. Okay, so I'll have to check if this is a valid order block. It is. It is. Yes, it is. Okay, so there's just one there. Actually, no, I wouldn't consider this to be a. Let me double check this because it's getting. It looks like a valid one, but I can't seem to confirm that on other price feeds. When that is the case, I don't take it. I don't use it as a valid entry order block. Still waiting. Nope, on this time frame. Okay, so we do have this is on the 29th, and the other one is one candle first. I'll have to check that later on with more price feeds to get a good reading on it, to do it more patiently. But this is the area where we want to be looking for that reversal pattern. And we do have two structures, which are this one and this. Basically, they're very wide. I don't like it when they're wide because they don't allow us to, get tight. So they're great ideas. Now that we have touched already the above one, I'm going to be using only that. So the idea is to watch for price to reverse from this area, right? Do we have indication that it will reverse, like the H2, H1? Then you can start building your case, right? And if it does, we already saw we have daily and weekly potential to upgrade this trade from. I'm gonna go zoom in. Zoom in to see if we got 1, 2, and actually 2. Actually, we do have. This is it takes a little bit longer to do this live because I have to go to each time frame to see where the overlap is. Okay, so let's take this out. In the meantime, you guys, if you're enjoying our analysis, you think this is helping you, don't forget, show this to your neighbor, click the like button, subscribe to the channel, or any of the above. We are not picky. You can choose any of the above, and show us whether or not you like. We have 1,339 viewers currently watching. We're breaking records. It's not a joke. It's actually, I'm looking at on my screen right here. So the idea is to wait for price to get, we already got there, but wait for price action to indicate in a relevant time frame that we're going to have a reversal. That hasn't happened yet. If you go to the H4, we have no indication of a bearish price action, no whatsoever, right? We only have bullish structures being created, and as long as that's the case, you want to go where the power is, right? You want to be buying this, even though we have a monthly, daily, weekly expectation to be shorting this, holding it for much longer. But if it's not happening, you can't force the market. You got to go where the power is. And currently, the buyers are still in power. The H4, we have I'll be interesting in going long that area. That's my intraday strategy. Looking for this area, right? This is where I'm looking to go long. Yes, I'm entertaining both sides, right? The short, I'm looking for that possible short coming in, not happening right now. And until then, I'm gonna be going where the power is. And currently, this is the area I want to be looking to go long. I'm gonna be waiting. Actually, I'm gonna be putting alert there because this looks good for an actual trade for myself. Yeah, so I'm gonna be. Yeah, I think this is the reaction that we should wait for. We should expect for a GU. On the higher time frames, we are in a very, I would say a tricky area because we do have a bearish daily entry order block on the quasi. But there's no way I can tell you if that's going to have an effect today, tomorrow, or even next week. So until then, what we should do is just trade what we see, not think what we want, but what we see. And currently, we're not seeing in current price action, we're not seeing anything that indicates that the market wants to reverse. So until then, we're gonna go with the flow, and the flow is to the upside on GU. Not surprising. Let's see if we have on the 50-minute. Yeah, I would be looking to go something like this, right? On the lower time frames with a tight stop loss of less than 10 in any case, and target perhaps something at this top, depending on but I'm gonna be waiting for price to come much lower on that one. Maybe it's gonna leave me behind without any entry, but that's a choice that I make. That's a preference that I take. That's my take on GU. For I'm gonna be waiting for price to come back into this area, and then take if you want to be not so selective, you start seeing reasons for. I don't see them. I'm trying to look if there's a reason to go long already, but I don't see that. Let's look at the 30 minutes. Well, this could be your first order block, right? You'll be doing a combination of H4 plus that 30, which is valid. Not as selective as I would like it, but perfectly valid. You'll be able to trade more often if you have a more loose entry criteria or a setup criteria, I should say, and then wait for some confirmation. I would say it's not there. I would want this to be taken out. So I'm not too convinced that this is the low of the move. This is the reversal point. I don't think it is. I think it's like, but I don't know. But I would expect it. At least it's not. After it takes this out, maybe then. Right, it needs to take this out first. If it doesn't take that, if it does this move, something like this, I'm gonna expect for price to go much lower, and then we'll see if we can get an entry. That's on GU. All right, let's
Yeah, the US indices continue, so there's been some involvements. We have gold as well. So because it's almost hitting at its target. I think it's long, so good job. I think literally gold is moving slowly back to the previous level of support resistance. So that's on its way. So good job. Did price reacted from my level? Yeah, it actually reacted basically to the zone. Yeah, that's a good move. A good move on gold. Let's see if it gets the target. Yeah, so if it gets to the target, let me know so we can press that was easy once again. Yeah, then NASDAQ, I did try to short it. I didn't manage to get in, to be honest. I did, like, when price started to move, I pressed my order and price never come back. Somewhere around here or something like that. Like the greedy of the risk reward sometimes makes me miss trades, unfortunately. And now it's back at low, so that's going to be an interesting level to see. We have Trader Joe is already long. Yeah, I'm curious. I've seen already price breaking a few lows, so of course price has been bullish and most likely can react from here and go higher. But how many more days are we going to continue to just be bullish without a little bit of a retracement? I start to worry a little bit, or kind of being a little bit more biased to the downside just because of that. As we mentioned the daily gap. I don't know exactly which daily gap you're talking about. Are you talking about the open for this week, or you're talking anything in today's day? Because if it is this gap, yeah, that's still a bit far away, and definitely price could eventually go there. But yeah, now it actually looks quite a strong move down, to be honest, when you're looking into this candle. But we'll see how price actually, or the candle is going to close in the next minutes. Because you may have potential cause more in here. But yeah, we'll see what's going to happen in US indices. Nice move, good fake out of the top, then got nice move to the downside. We will see what will happen. But yeah, this is typical US Open kind of behavior, kind of create some liquidity, then push down, and then we'll see what will happen at the key level. And yeah, you just need to be quick when you're trading this asset.
Yeah, it is. There's someone asking something about Discord. How long does Discord verification take anyone? I'm not sure what you're talking about, Sergi. If you could be a little bit more specific, and in general, if you have any question about support, about the 5ers, the best way to go is to the website and talk to live agents. They are the right person to answer all your questions. They have the right information. What I do know is that in about 50 minutes or less, I'm going to be talking there. So if you hop onto the live agent quickly, you might find me there, and we could discuss further anything you have, any questions you might have on trading. I would like to thank everyone for today's stream. We have sadly, we have come to the end of our stream for today. You have a Portuguese session later on today, right? In about 2 hours, Pedro?
Yes, so today you're going to actually have a guest as well. So it's Bruno, the trader that we interviewed a couple of weeks ago. So he's joining also the stream today to explain a bit more deeply his strategy, which is going to be quite funny. So I'm not going to be alone. And it has been really nice. So people are joining. So if anyone that speaks Portuguese and wants to join, or maybe Spanish a little bit, maybe can understand us, you can also join us. It's literally just to have a good time, talk about the market, kind of let the energies go and refresh and kind of re-energize for tomorrow's trading session. Yeah, I was about to ask that question, to answer that question. Maybe we have across the live streams, maybe you can think about Dirk. That's an option. Anastasiia as well is really knowledge in terms of fundamentals, and myself, I consider a little bit as well that we talk about today. We didn't really spoke too much because there was no news, so we didn't really spend too much time. But usually, if there is any big data coming out, or if Trump actually said something, we usually pay attention. At least spend around 5 minutes at least to talk a little bit about the fundamentals. However, as you can imagine, it's not going to be something that we're going to maybe spend way too many minutes, just because most of our audience maybe not that interested on that point. But we do cover fundamentals as well, and if you have any specific question regarding fundamentals, you can always ask and we can always have a conversation. But yeah, usually Dirk, Anastasiia, maybe myself as well. Jonatan is also getting into it, if not mistaken, but yeah, that's usually
LJ as well.
Yeah, LJ, yeah, exactly. What about LJ? LJ is really knowledgeable on that.
Yeah, they are. So if you spend the fine, if you come on our streams or different versions in segments of our streams, you will certainly get your dose of fundamental analysis from everyone on the team. So thank you for that question. And Pedro, that's it for today. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being part of the team. And everyone, don't forget to hit the like button. Make this channel even bigger. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. All right, so we're gonna be live again tomorrow. Don't miss us. It's gonna be fun.
Exactly.
So come on and join us. I hope to see you there. That's it. Any last words before we go?
Yeah, that's it. Good luck with your positions that you guys have open, and if you reach the target, just I don't want to jinx anyone, but let's just do it. So let's hope you guys hit your take profits, and I'll see you in a bit.
All right, everyone, including Marina, have a great day. See you tomorrow again, or later if you're part of our Discord community. See you. Bye-bye.
See you guys. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi guys, so thank you very much for watching the video. Now make sure you like and subscribe, and most of all, go into the YouTube and check our other content that we provide here at The 5ers. We'll see you in the next one.